From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, a trio of NBA playoff games tonight. The Bucks taking on the Pacers in Indianapolis, trying to even that series. Damian Lillard expected to make his return from being sidelined with blood clots. That one tips at 4 on NBA TV. The Pacers are favored by 4.5 at home. Then at 4:30 over on TNT, the Thunder look to take a 2-0 series lead over the Grizzlies. They won by 51 in Game 1. They are 14.5-point favorites this evening. And in the late game, the Lakers look to get a home split against the Timberwolves. They tip that one off at 7 on TNT. The Lakers are favored by about 5.5. And over on the ice tonight, Devils Hurricanes is the first tip. Drop the puck. That happens right now at 3 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy. WarrenAllen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. Let's see who summons the essence of Titletown or is curled up in a fetal position.
With the first pick, the Oakland Raiders select quarterback Jamarcus Russell, LSU.
This is Primetime on Draft Week.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system now through May 31st. Call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
Primetime with Isaac and Souk on 1080.
Jamarcus Russell's going to immediately energize that Raider Nation.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What's up? Good Tuesday. It's one half of your sports burros. Rop here. That's me. You may know me. Been on here for a while now. Big Souk, he's in Italy. And Lord knows what's happening with him right now.
He's running for Pope. I don't know if you can run, but he's doing that.
The papacy.
Yeah.
Why do they call it that?
I don't know.
I don't either.
And then the adjective is papal, right?
Yeah, why? I hate it.
I don't know.
Pope,
Should be
papal.
popal.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Buckley, everybody, he's here. Thank God.
Hello.
Thank God for you. You know, I was just talking to the big bosses. We have new big bosses now, you know.
Didn't know that.
Well, I mean, Ryan Cooley.
Oh, well, yeah.
Technically still new.
Yeah.
And the Fan is running rudderless right now. We have no program director.
That's right.
Although a lot of names in the hat for that. But, yeah, he was like, so what are you going to do for 2 weeks? I'm like, well, I'm going to talk sports.
That's what we do.
Yeah. And he's like, well, no, is it just going to be you? And I'm like, well, I mean, do you have a better idea, Ryan? Like, can I? So it's, you know, I was like, listen, you got some celebrities and dignitaries coming by. Dan Lanning will be here tomorrow.
That's right. Well, not
And,
here, but he'll be
yeah.
on with us.
Well, he's not co-hosting, but he'll be in.
Nor will he be in studio, but we'll talk to him.
Yeah, he'll be on, not
Yeah.
in. Andrew Nemec will be here on Thursday because the NFL draft. We're going to give you what you
Yeah.
want. You want some meat on that NFL draft bone. You're going to get that.
Mm-hmm.
He's our draft beatnik.
New draft rumors today. We were talking quarterbacks yesterday. There's a little bit more going on there today, at least draft odds-wise.
What are they saying now?
Shadur Sanders.
Oh, to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah. 21?
20-ish. I think 20 maybe. 21, 22, something like that.
So he'll drop there or they'll trade up to get him?
I think he would drop there. Unless somebody wants to get ahead of them to make sure they acquire him, but it's sounding more and more like it's going to be Ward off the top, and then if there were another, that it would be Jackson Dart before it were Shadur Sanders.
So when they predict that a quarterback drops, because we're all scarred from Aaron Rodgers, you know, who just kept dropping and dropping and dropping.
That's right. Well,
So
the Niners had Alex Smith #1 overall.
Don't they always, like, isn't there one of these every year that's like, oh, this could be the guy who drops? I mean, Manziel dropped, I think, right?
Yeah,
Didn't
he went to like 23 or something.
Yeah. So we try to make there be one of these every year. And there isn't always.
Yeah.
But I feel like this year they're already saying Shadur is that.
Well, I think part of it is just the way the draft stacks up and the team needs, and a lot of teams that are kind of in the middle there where he would maybe go don't need that quarterback position. And then on the flip side of things, the teams that might want him, he might not either fall that far or they'd have to select him too high when they have other needs. So I think part of it is just circumstantial, but it's interesting because obviously I don't know if he's the biggest name in the draft, but he's certainly one of them.
Yeah, high profile, that's for sure. Well, Nemec will be here on Thursday. We'll do some draft stuff. I'm out Friday, Monday.
That's
so
right.
I don't know what the hell you guys are doing. And then next week, I'm out to a few other big-name celebrities and dignitaries who could be swinging by here.
Ooh.
One I know for sure on Wednesday.
Okay.
And then I'm being ghosted by a couple of others.
Nice.
But,
Channing Frye?
No. Although that's actually a decent idea. But it's with the NBA playoffs going on. Maybe I'll reach out to Channing Frye.
Just send him like, hey, do you want to be on the show?
Yeah.
And see if he even knows if it's radio or television.
So just the other day I was texting him on the
or
air.
podcast.
He had no idea who I was.
Right.
He was trying to figure it out.
But you proved that you knew each other because of the kickball connection.
Yeah, and he let it go there, and I let it go there, and so he's now wondering. I'm sure it's gotten back to him, but maybe not. So maybe we'll bring him in. I don't know. There's a lot of options. A lot of fun things we can do here in radio. Or we can just shoot the breeze, you and I, which
that's a possibility too.
I enjoy very much as well. So we will do that today.
And it makes me sad.
Doesn't make me sad.
I know.
Souk's hanging with... so last night I dropped him off at the train station.
Yeah.
So he could not walk to the train station, which, by the way, is a half a mile from here. He needed me to chauffeur him over there.
Nice.
And I did.
Well, I think it's just that he loves spending time with you.
Yeah, sure. And so I dropped him off over there, and they were going to Seattle. He and Massimo and Matteo and Alessandro and whoever else, Giovanni, whoever else he's hanging with.
Are those their real names?
No. Those are Italian names, Buck.
Well, I know those are Italian names. I'm like, maybe, I don't know, maybe he's going with Italian bros. I have no idea. Souk's an interesting character outside of these walls. And,
yeah.
He could absolutely be on a Italian bro trip.
That's fair. But no, I made that all up.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
He's just with a couple of buddies. They were going to Seattle last night, and they were not going to get a hotel. They were just going to party and then go to the airport at 3 a.m.
Okay.
For a 5:30 flight.
Okay.
And I think they flew to Toronto?
That's right. There and then Toronto to Rome, I think.
Toronto to Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's probably, so it's 3 o'clock. He's probably on his way to Rome, don't you think? Surely he's in Toronto.
What time did you say their flight left?
5:30. So they're in Toronto.
He did tell me that he was not happy about a 4.5-hour layover in Toronto. So maybe he hasn't left yet, or he's about to.
We might be getting close to boarding for Rome.
Yeah, it's possible.
Or maybe in the air to
He'll
Rome.
probably be in the air by the end of this show at least.
And then some guy does something stupid because he's all hopped up on drugs, and then they have to turn the plane around and go back to Toronto. And then he's going to come back telling that tale, and he is going to finally understand where I'm coming from it comes to that. Yeah. Turning planes around. At any rate, we hope he has a good time. I loved Italy. Now, you're a world traveler, although not anymore with 2 little kids.
Oh, well, we will try to be. I think we're going to try to make an international trip somewhere, maybe towards the back end of this year. We'll see.
I don't think you've been to Italy.
I have been to Italy.
You have been to
Italy.
Yeah. Okay.
I went, I was a senior in college. I studied abroad for a term in Copenhagen. And after my time in Copenhagen, then my dad and my brother flew over to meet me, and we met in Rome, and we went to Rome and Venice, and then my brother and I went to Spain after that.
Spain or Italy? Go.
Spain.
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
But I've only been to Barcelona, but I loved Barcelona, and I very, very top of my list is like northern Spain, southern France.
Yeah. So you went to southern France too?
No. I'm saying top of my list of like where I want to go is back to Spain, but like San Sebastian, northern area, and southern France.
Yeah, it's on my list too. And I've heard, people just rave about Spain.
Yeah.
Americans. And Portugal.
I also took Spanish for like 13 years, so it's like fun to try to dust that off and communicate.
Turkish bathhouse, Ryan Buckley speaking Spanish.
Yeah.
In the south of France.
In the south of France.
Sound like Souk, France. No, I can't. So I can't compare Italy to Spain or anything. But I tell you what, Italy is a damn delight.
Oh, Italy's very much awesome.
It's great.
It's not
insane.
It's not that it's bad in comparison to Spain. It's just different. But Italy was awesome.
Italy doesn't disappoint in really many areas at all. I've heard a lot of people say they don't like Venice. I loved Venice. I thought Venice was breathtaking.
I loved Venice. I have not done any of like the countryside or the coast though, which I've heard is like the best part.
Well, those are yeah.
Yeah.
The Tuscan countryside is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's rural. It's wine and olive oil and blue sky and Vespas and Hots running around. I mean, that doesn't disappoint you. It's exactly as you think it is.
Yeah.
The Amalfi Coast is a must. You got to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Eat the tomatoes, the lemons.
Mm-hmm.
Cinque Terre is like a smaller, more laid-back Amalfi Coast.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have done Cinque Terre, and that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, Amalfi Coast a little bougie, can be, and then Cinque Terre is kind of the lesser version of that. Rome's cool. But I don't know. I liked it more for its neighborhoods and food than its sites.
Yeah, I think there's some things that if you're already over there and you're going that far, there's some requisite stuff to see. But like, there can be elements where it's like, okay, you have to go see the Mona Lisa. Well, did I really? And there's that going on. But like, I still really enjoy going to the Colosseum. And yeah, the Vatican, I don't want to say I guess. It was worth going to, but
they're worth seeing.
It's crazy busy there, and you're right. The best parts, at least for me, of traveling are just kind of trying to immerse yourself in the culture and, eat, drink, be merry, walk around, explore.
That's what I loved about Venice is you really don't. I mean, you just everywhere you look in Venice is a postcard.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous,
and it's all these cobblestone streets.
Yeah, it's just restaurants and cheese and wine and food, and it's just freaking just get drunk and pop into places. Yeah. That's all you got to do. Mm-hmm. You don't have to go see anything.
Just like stopping for beer and gelato every other doorway.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. And then a little town. So we didn't spend much time in Milan. We did not go to Pompeii. I mean, there's so much to see in Italy. We did not go to Florence, which I've heard is wonderful. So I have
as well. My buddy studied for a year in Florence. He said it was amazing.
Yeah, we didn't spend much time in those. But we did go to Siena, which is just great, particularly when so we saw the Palio, the horse race.
I've heard that's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
And I think we've talked about this. I went to like England's version of that, which is the Royal Ascot.
Yeah, but, that's right. You wore an ascot to the Royal Ascot.
I wore a top hat and tails, yeah.
God.
But the Palio is something I would love to experience at some point.
Go. Awesome. And it's in the town square in Siena, and it is just a spectacle. I can't even describe it. And it means so much to the people there. It's basically all the neighborhoods have a horse, and they all race, and it's a freaking free-for-all. I mean, the rider falls off, the horse can still win. They're like carrying people out of there on stretchers. They have mattresses around the walls because they run into the wall. Like it's Thunderdome. You can knock the next guy off your horse or off of their horse.
Yeah,
it's corrupt. It's everything you want.
How so?
Oh, it's super corrupt. There's a documentary on it called Palio. It's only like I don't think it's very long. It's like maybe an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
Worth a watch.
All right.
Because I can't describe it as the way it needs to be described. It's just there's bribes and the best horses versus, and then they get in bed.
Did you tell when the fix was in?
Well, I think the locals can.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just there to drink and watch.
Yeah, experience it.
Yeah, I think they know because they know who's in cahoots with who and who's helping who. And it's very, very cool. It's like culture at its fine. Like you want to see another culture, go to the Palio in Italy. Anyway, it's in Siena, and just down the street from the main square in Siena there where they run the race, they emptied out and thousands of people pour into the middle of the town square and watch the race. The race lasts maybe 3 minutes. And that's it. But they do it twice a year. Super cool. And it's a huge party and a big fight. And they're all fired up. It's all high tea and a bunch of booze. And then everybody disseminates into the streets of Siena. And we went and ate at the best restaurant I ate at in Italy. It was called Osteria da Divo.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
And it was in like these medieval cave-like cellars. And my God, the mushroom risotto was the most amazing dish I had and we ate and drank our way all the way through Italy. It was unbelievable. Unique, romantic, delicious, one of the best authentic cultural food experiences right there in Siena.
Okay.
In Siena, Italy.
I am sold.
What a great place. Anyway, I hope he has a good time. 2 weeks. He'll be back. I don't even know what 2 weeks is, but we got some fun stuff planned. We're out to some other peeps. We're going to keep it lively, keep it fresh, or at least hopefully. And we're going to, what we're going to do? It's sunny outside. Football is long over. Football isn't even close to coming back, although we do have the draft. it's like kind of feeling summery. It's feeling a little grab-assy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. It's only April.
Absolutely.
But I think it's just because of the weather and vacations.
Yep.
I think that's...
And we're not at a crucial sports point right now. I mean, the draft is coming up in a couple days, but right now it's first round action in the NBA. It's not anything we need to take super seriously. So, that'll come later.
That's right. I mean, who gives the Grizzlies much of a chance anyway?
No one.
Not this guy. Not this sports bettor.
I bet on the Thunder to sweep.
Oh, the sweep.
Yeah.
What'd you get? What kind of odds?
Plus 155.
What?
Oh, yeah, plus money.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not a bad bet.
And then I also took them to lead 3-0.
But will they do... Oh, see, that's smart because I was going to say the gentleman sweep.
Of course.
Sometimes they just lay down in that game 4. Yeah. Good times. Well, we will start today. I saw the Mike Rogaway article on MLB to Portland. Oregon Live, I believe. We'll start there next on The Fan.
and Souk
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
on 1080 The Fan.
Good song. My guy Christopher Cross. Saturday it was really nice out, and my wife and I were sitting out back, and I had already cracked some vino, and I said, we need to vibe this out. I said, what do you want to listen to? Pull up Spotify, and I'm like, how about some yacht rock? And she's like, oh, yeah. And then Christopher Cross comes on. She's like,
No.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said,
No.
wait a minute. You wanted yacht rock. Christopher Cross comes on. That should make you happy.
Yeah.
He is the definition of yacht rock.
Was it this song or another song?
No, I don't remember what song it was.
Okay, well.
And I just, there are two real problems I have with my wife. One of them is she never liked Monty Python, and honestly, I still can't get over that.
I've never seen Monty Python.
What?
That's right.
You've never seen any of it?
Nope. I mean, I'm aware of, like, the bits, and I've seen some of those bits, but, like... No.
You never seen any of the movies?
Nope.
Flying Circus?
Nope.
The show?
No.
Damn, dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a hole in my zeitgeist.
That very much is. But that's better than saying you've seen it and don't like it. I would imagine
Sure.
you would think it's funny.
Probably.
I thought they were genius, but my wife didn't think so. And to each their own, whatever. But at the same time, I'm like, should I really marry you? And the other one is, I don't think she likes yacht rock. I think she just gets pressured into saying that she does. Because the second Christopher Cross came on, she was like, Do you want? You know what she wanted? You know what she thought yacht rock was?
What did she think it was going to be?
She thought it was going to be more like
Caribbean music, like
no,
if you're on a sunset cruise.
More like country. Who is that band? Zach
Brown Band.
Zach Brown Band. More like that. She thought it was going to be more vibey like that.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, no.
That's its own. That's like pop country. That's
Maybe,
not. Or I mean.
Do you think we should divorce?
I don't know. Well, maybe.
Nah, I love her. She's great.
She is great. I got to talk to her for a little bit at the party.
Yeah, she was a hit at Jeff's going away party because no one knew she existed. Everybody thought she was fake.
Well, I'd only met her one other time, and she was wearing a hat and sunglasses because you guys were off to Vegas. And so when I first got there, I was like, is that a coworker standing with Rob, or is that Rob's significant other? And it was Rob's significant
Nurse
other.
Nice.
Yeah.
She met, you know who she hit it off with? Of all the fan personalities. Now, she liked all of you. She's very congenial in that way. Is that the right word?
Yeah, I think that's right.
You know who she found something most in common with?
Schultzy.
Rashad.
Oh.
Because they were talking about how they both went to some strange summer camp back in the day.
Okay.
And I think it's possible they hooked up. No, I'm just kidding. But they were they're kind of the same age. And they were, because, I mean, that's my first thought. Like, listen, you're at a party and your wife is there.
Yeah.
And she meets a coworker and they bond over being at this sort of summer camp.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Sure.
Isn't your first thought, uh-oh.
Did you guys do it?
Did you guys? Was this your first? Because you know what happens at summer camp. That's the best part of summer camp.
It can be.
Anyway, so they bonded over some summer camp, which I can't remember the name of it. They were like, well, you don't see a lot of people that went to this summer camp. I'm like, oh, okay, cool guys. But anyway, she really liked Rashad, and she liked all of you. It was cool to have her out. And Jake had a good time.
Yeah.
Crazy Jake from
Crazy Jake.
From our YouTube department.
What's better, Crazy Jake or Jakey Poops?
I like Jakey Poops.
I know you do.
But anyway, where were we? Oh, a lot of people advocating for Spain on the text line, which I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, a lot of people are saying that's as advertised. Now, I would say if you had in all your travel, this is a great question, and we're going to blow through this segment. Yes,
of course.
In all your travels, where would you recommend somebody not go? Like, I can tell you one that I think is perfectly skippable.
Okay.
London.
Huh. Okay. I liked London. I spent more time there than I needed to. You don't. Here's the thing, food culture, if we're honest, sucks.
Bingo.
The sites are there, but like, it's the stuff you see on postcards.
Same old stuff. Yep.
And it's not. I mean, they definitely have their own culture, but it's like
The food's not great.
No, it's that's being kind. It's not very good.
Yeah.
I mean, just their staple. I mean, not that they can't do food well.
And I
There's
don't
still some
understand
decent stuff, but like
That doesn't make sense.
their staples just aren't very good.
Why? And that's true of Scotland too. But Scotland's much more of a cultural experience with the people up there, and just I don't know. It's different in Scotland. Scotland's way better than England, in my opinion, to visit. But I think you can skip London. I hate to say this, but maybe most of England. The question is why is their food culture so bad? They've been around so long.
Yeah, I don't know.
You think of the French cuisine, and you think of Spanish tapas.
They're surrounded by other great cuisine.
Yes, but not there. Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Explain that to me.
I can't.
I want an expose on that from you by tomorrow.
Unlikely.
Somebody else said, Souk, imagine Souk sitting on a 10-hour flight with a bunch of Catholic moaners.
Mourners?
Well, yeah. Both probably applicable.
Catholic moaners.
Well, they moan and cry about the Pope, I mean, look, their guy died. I get it.
They're mourning.
They're
They're
all
moaning and mourning.
Aren't there a bunch of people flying over there now
Probably.
to see his corpse?
I
And I tell you,
guess.
the Italian people, they don't really give a rip. I think it would be interesting to see what Souk says about them when he comes back. Because they kind of don't care about you,
Yeah.
as tourists. Did you gather that?
Yeah.
Spain the same? They're pretty indifferent.
Yeah, they're pretty indifferent. I would agree with that. But
So they could come across as rude. They're not.
no, they're
They
just doing their own thing,
They
kind
just
of.
don't care. They don't care you're from Portland.
But Souk says he's going to try to see the Pope. No, he's not.
No chance.
Not even a little bit. They're going to try to get out of that city as fast as possible.
My prediction, exactly. All of Rome. I couldn't agree more.
Right. I mean,
My prediction is they're going to try to go to the Vatican, and they're going to see how much it costs to take a cab or an Uber. Or, I can't remember. I don't think they have Uber. And they're going to be like, yeah. And then the crowds and the lines, and they're going to be like, yeah, no. Let's get out of here. All right. Well, anyway. Blew through another seggy.
you want a break?
I don't, but let's do it. Okay, so did you read the Mike Rogaway piece, Oregon Live today?
I did not.
We've got a very, I say, pretty in-depth piece on MLB to Portland as it stands now. And I will say, I thought it was a pretty fair look at things. I mean, there were some interesting Craig Cheek quotes in there. And all in all, there are a few things I think that are legit concerns that he brought up, and there are others that aren't. So we'll get into that when we return here on the show. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. They're already underway on the ice tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Devils and Hurricanes in the middle of the first period. Devils already with a 1-0 lead. They're trying to even the series and steal home ice. Meanwhile, at 4:30, it's the Senators and Maple Leafs. That's on ESPN2. The Panthers and Lightning on ESPN at 5:30, followed by the Wild and Golden Knights as your nightcap at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, in the NBA, a triple header tonight. Damian Lillard expected to make his return to the Milwaukee Bucks for Game 2 against the Pacers as they look to earn a series split before heading back to Milwaukee. The Pacers are 4.5-point home favorites in that one. They'll tip it off at 4 on NBA TV. At 4:30 on TNT, it's the Grizzlies visiting the Thunder. OKC looking to take a 2-0 series lead there, favored by 14.5 after winning Game 1 by 51 points. And the Lakers trying to earn a home split against the Timberwolves tonight in Game 2. They are 5.5-point favorites when they tip it off on TNT at 7 o'clock. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available.
Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, so World Traveler Buck has picked the two places that you should not go vacation. He says India and China, which is...
That's right.
You've been to both, and
I have.
you said no reason to go back.
There are really, really cool sites in China, but the humidity and pollution and chaos of it all are oppressive.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Okay.
It's not the kind of place that you go to relax. So I mean, if you want to adventure, sure, you can go to China, but it's not a relaxing vacation. And same for India, the big cities especially. I mean, I've heard there are great places on the coast and other parts of India, but the places I went were pretty big and they were so chaotic and not that great.
Power rank India, China, England travel destination.
Best to worst?
Yeah.
England won.
England, China, India, right?
I think that's right. England, China, India. Yeah, I think that's
All
right.
A couple of other people bringing up I don't know, hot spice talk here on the show. They're talking about like Jordan says, think of all the horrible things they did for spices just not to use them in any of their dishes. Talking about the British. And then
That's true.
Yeah. Well, a couple people talking about that. Apparently, the UK was able to bring spices in at a low cost to everyone with their domination in global trade centuries ago.
They basically just commandeered the trade route, right?
Yeah, and the rich people stopped using them to distinguish themselves from the poors. How about that? If that's true. Lots of hot spice commentary coming in on the text line. Okay, so Mike Rogaway, MLB to Portland. He is from Oregon Live, wrote a piece today. It's called "Oregon Leaders Go to Bat for Ballpark, but Skeptics Say the Finances Don't Make a Lot of Sense." Okay, so here we go. We've got the sort of the deep dive into what's happening with MLB to Portland, and I thought that Mike, I don't know Mike, but I thought he did a pretty good job of laying it all out. I think there are some things in there that are not a concern or as much of a concern as he does, or as he, the way he presented it. And there are other things that are very fair and legit concerns. One of those is, and this is the first time anybody's really brought this up because we don't really bother to dig into the minutia of these things. But as we've been saying time and time again when talking about MLB to Portland, the devil is in the details. So the biggest concern is, will the taxes on the players, i.e. the jock tax that they've proposed, will it cover the $800 million that it says it will? That is not a guarantee, as he brought up. And so now you've got people going, well, wait a minute. How do you project that out? Well, it depends on the payroll of the team. It depends on the deals of the opposing players that play here, and it depends on the tax rate at the time. So it's a fair question to ask, but we don't know what the rates will be, so there's no good answer, only a projection. The thing there is, MLB is going to want a good answer. So that is something that MLB to Portland people are going to have to answer within the next 6 months to a year. And to me, that's where the owner comes in. I mean, this is just my opinion, but Portland, the city is not going to bridge any financial gaps. It's just not.
No, that's not what we have here.
The owner's going to have to. And now the rub there is that owners, they already have to pay so much money just for expansion fees, just to be an owner, that they often want the public to pay for these types of things. And, I don't know what the cost of the stadium is going to be, but it's going to be north of $800 million, I'll tell you that. So that is a big question. It's a fair question. And before you read this article and go, oh, see, all the detractors, the word I'm looking for, they're on the doorstep with their pitchforks going, I told you. But they've been doing that the whole time. And I get the skepticism, I do. This is an uphill fight. And it remains an uphill fight. Portland's just tough. We're not getting stuff done like Salt Lake's getting stuff done.
No, we can't decide on anything. Nashville. We talk about this all the time here.
And so the Portland Diamond Project is an excellent group of people who have done a lot of legwork, but they're still fighting an uphill battle. Okay, so before we say, you could read this and go, see, there's too many questions. No, I think at the end of the article, if we really want to summarize this project is far enough down the road that the detail questions are now coming out. And that's a good thing. The bad part is that it doesn't seem like Portland is far enough along on answering those questions as the city they're competing with in Utah, which is Salt Lake. And that's a bad thing. So it is crunch time. I'd be willing to bet over the next 18 months or so, the Portland Diamond Project will make its idea more viable. But
well, it feels like they have to because we're still just talking a lot in renderings and theories and principles.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think we're at that point now, and this article is a good indication of that. We're at that point where the pressure is on. Okay, the skeptics are at the doorstep. They've got their I told you so signs. Pressure's on for some real tangible answers to some of these devil's in the detail questions. So at the end, and that's why at the end of this, now let me pull it up here real quick. I put a link to it in my notes. It's kind of a long read, but it's worth reading. Oregon Live today. At the end, Craig Cheek, the head of the Portland Diamond Project, is quoted as saying, bloop, bloop, bloop. 1 second. Boy, it is long, isn't it? My God. Scrolling. Bloop, 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 bloop. He says, we want to be building ahead of steam coming out of 2025 into 2026. Craig Cheek said he said the Portland Diamond Project wants to have all the pieces in place by next year, anticipating that's when Major League Baseball will get serious about selecting a site. And he said, quote, and this I think is the key quote, they put it right at the end of the article, the very last thing, he says, we're kind of on an 18-month sprint right now to do that, which tells you, hey, we don't have all the answers right now, but we're working on it. And before you dismiss them, because they don't have all those answers, I think we just need to wait and see how they answer those questions. But at this point, those questions are all quite fair. So the one thing in there, I mean, like let's be honest. If you're really being fair about this, Portland has been lapped not only by Vegas, who already got a team, but they've now been lapped by Salt Lake.
Yeah.
But the Portland Diamond Project has always talked about it being about timing. The stars have to align. And that means a lot of things have to come together at once, which is what they're trying to piece together all right now. So this space and time signifies it's time to start aligning those stars, which is why, again, I go back to the 18-month sprint quote. I think that's what he's saying. The crunch has begun. It sounds like they want to select a city on the West Coast and one in the East or in another time zone by 2028 and have them playing by 2030. Now, there are several other stars that need to align, and I think a couple of those that he brought up are not all that big of a deal. From what I understand, and I'm out to, I will say, I'm out to Mike Baird and I'm out to Craig Cheek, waiting to hear back is when they can come on and talk about some of this stuff. I'm guessing they're huddling right now, and they're working their tails off behind the scenes. There may be nothing to report yet. I'll let you know if they're willing to come on. But as of now, or at least the last time I talked to them, the environmental factor of Zedell Yard site wasn't that big of a hurdle. A lot of people are bringing that up because, it used to be a shipyard.
Right.
And the soil and the environmentalists, and that has long been a problem with that site and a discussion on that site. But the only thing I have to go on is what the PDP guys said, and it is not, while it is a thing, it's not a major hurdle. It was kind of discussed in this article today, but not in depth. So there's probably more to dig into there, but I don't think that's a huge one. And the other one is the owner, and look, I got to tell you, this is the first time I raised an eyebrow with something that Craig Cheek said. He said in this article today, he said, our ownership situation has tweaked a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's when I went, ooh. And that's the second I text him. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, and they hadn't given us any real indication on ownership in the first place.
No.
So now it's changed. Was it?
Well,
it apparently wasn't ever. Okay.
Interesting. I don't think I don't think that it's that big of a secret where the money was coming from in general. I don't. If you've been listening around town or just know it's out there. It's just they can't really say it publicly. So his quote was, the ownership structure has changed and tweaked a little bit. That was like, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean the big money is out? Because they've announced a lot of littler things like Russell Wilson was a part of it. None of that stuff matters. You need the big billionaire, the real
group
of
money.
Billionaires, yeah. And they had that. It's just I'm wondering if he is saying that has changed. He said tweaked a little bit. Okay, hopefully it's not a major thing. But if the original person who was funding all this is gone, that's a big thing. Doesn't matter to a lot of people because they never knew who he was in the first place or who they were. But like I said, I've reached out to him and gotten no response yet. I'm going to keep trying. But that one is sort of a wait and see. The other one was, Tim Boyle said Portland's more of a women's sports town. He said that in there. He's the Columbia guy. I mean, come on, Tim.
That's a weird thing to say.
Yes.
I mean, we might be great at supporting women's sports, but that doesn't make it more of a women's sports town. This is a great sports town when the sports scene is thriving, and we haven't given it that chance in a while.
Well, I just feel like, and take this from a guy who is from somewhere else. This just a little feedback, and I say it all the time with Blazer fans. I don't understand why Portland sells itself short so much in these areas. I don't get that. You can be more, you can have more, but not with that type of attitude. And that's Tim Boyle, who is one of our big money guys. He's one of the big voices here. I thought he was a big thinker. And he says, I really like baseball, but we're more of a women's sports town. I don't know, man. I don't like that sentiment. I think it's wrong. I also think there was another quote in there from a guy who said, I think it was one of the senators, who said Major League Baseball is losing its fan base and it's only old people. That's a bad narrative. That's not true, particularly for the live experience. If, you build the ballpark right, you make it fun, Portlanders will support it like they have every other sport in this town. So, those are a couple of things that I thought were kind of bullsh in there, but there are others that are legitimate concerns. Worth a read. Mike Rogaway on MLB to Portland, OregonLive.com today. And like I said, we'll see what Barrett and Cheek have to say eventually. But I think they're nose to the grindstone right now. It is crunch time. All these years we interviewed them, there's always like, well, you got time. And, we don't know when. Sometimes you're just sitting on your hands waiting, and other times you're really moving to try to get everything just to align at the proper time. I think the latter is true right now, where they're really moving now. Because you got to talk about infrastructure around that ballpark. You got to talk about these questions about the bonds, not being fulfilled by the jock tax. There's a lot of questions that people are having, and like I said, that's a good thing. That means you're further down the road, but they got to start answering.
Well, and realistically, you're competing against Salt Lake City, who are putting all their cards on the table. So you have that to worry about too.
That's right. That's a big one. I mean, that's a huge one. If this would be a totally different conversation if Portland was clearly, at least at one time, was the front runner for a team out,
or if it
west.
were a one-horse race, if no one else's hat was in the ring.
Well,
but that's not the case.
I think it was initially when they got on this, they jumped out to a nice lead, and then all hell broke loose. COVID and the homeless situation, and we all know what's happened here. So it's just things change, dynamics change, and Las Vegas jumped them, and now Salt Lake seems to have jumped them. So a lot of questions to be answered, and I'm hoping that they will give us the time to answer them for you right here on the show eventually. I don't know when that'll be, but I'm out to them. All right, coming up next, the college football playoff meetings. What's on the table when we return on The Fan?
It's back.
Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
Hey, Dan Lanning will be on our show tomorrow at 3:15. Make sure you tune in. He's going to talk about spring football and other things. I'm going to ask him about his new car. What is that thing, a Bronco?
Yeah, I think they said it was like a 77 refurbished?
Well, we'll get the lowdown tomorrow.
Yeah, he's been spotted in the wild. There was a video going around on Twitter of him with a player or recruit or something like that driving around.
Yeah. Somebody took a video of it.
It's topless.
Sko Ducks.
Yeah.
He's not topless. The car is.
I said it's topless.
Yeah, okay.
But,
just wanted to make sure.
I mean, you never know.
Convertible.
I'm cooking on your grill. You ever see a cheetah stretch?
We'll ask him about it. That'll be tomorrow, 3:15.
I want to make sweet, sweet football love with Dan Lanning.
As for the draft, Andrew Nimick will be in on Thursday at 5. We'll cover the draft picks live as they happen here. And then, Friday, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. You won't be here, right?
No, I don't care.
Yeah. So Friday, we'll see with me.
Are you going to host? What's happening?
I believe it's me and Ortner and Schultze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Live programming.
That's right.
I want to read a couple texts, and then we're going to get to the college football playoff meetings and what they're discussing. They are in Dallas this week. Somebody says, I feel like doing the math of the life of the bond proposed, which is 30 years, getting $26.6 million a year for the jock tax doesn't seem difficult over a baseball season. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm no economist.
This is stuff where, like, you're speaking Japanese.
But we don't know the tax rates. It's a fair question to ask. Will it cover the $800 million? My bigger question is, even if it covers the $800 million, where's the other money for the ballpark going to come from? These are all questions they need to answer. I want baseball to Portland, but the ownership thing is weird, gives me pause, and I'm a little cynical because of that. Why not come out publicly? It's weird, right? No, it is not weird if you know the details. And like I said, I think that stuff is out there. Obviously can't say it.
But it's weird that it's still an unsaid thing.
If you don't know, I get that sentiment, and there's nothing they can do about that. I think they just need to be further down the road for this person to come out. Or group of people. That's what I think. Then again, that's just my opinion. I'll always remember when we were on track for MLB for my entire lifetime. Maybe the next generation will have a chance. Yeah, it's kind of been that now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a kid back when this first started, which I was on the air back then, it was like 2001 or something, the Expos thing.
I'm very confident.
Yeah. They'd be out of college by now.
Yeah, that's right.
Still no base.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball. It's called sports, particularly baseball in particular.
It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
Regarding the baseball stadium, the problem in Portland is that there is a sizable faction on both the left and the right that oppose it. Conservatives who oppose any kind of government spending, and a left-wing faction who sees sports as just more bread and circus. Attach a 50-cent fee per ticket sold that goes to popular charity or towards more people will be on board. Yeah, no, believe it or not, I'm actually quite stunned at how many people are against it around here. And I don't think stunned is the right word, but
again, that just kind of
thing.
That to me fits the vibe
Predictable.
of this city's political climate. It's like, unless it does something for me or advances something that's important to me, it's not worth anything.
Well,
it's just baseball. Like, I guess if it's not beloved, people are against it. So it's like, that's lame. I mean, why can't we have something that is a net positive for the community and maybe it's not your thing. It's a big deal.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think one of the problems in Portland really is, and this is a deeper conversation we don't need to get into, but I just think that people are not as like-minded. I mean, I know there's, you have your Portland hippie faction, and you have, like this guy said, a lot of other people who aren't that, and you have a lot of different special interest groups, and you have a lot of different cooks in the kitchen here. I mean, it's just a lot you have to go through, and like, for example, a city like Salt Lake, I just feel like a lot of people are on the same page. Whereas Portland is not that type of city.
And I think the frustrating part is that you don't have to be like-minded to get something done.
I agree.
Like, everyone can get something done not thinking the exact same thing.
No, I agree.
But we get in our own way.
Yeah. No, I know. But believe me, it's maddening. The one thing I would say, just to wrap this all up, and we're going to move on here, but I would just tell you, as I've been telling you, I'm telling you, the Portland Diamond Project is a good group. They have done a lot of legwork, and if Major League Baseball does not come here, it is not because they failed. Ultimately, can they get Portland to move on something that they've never moved on before? Maybe not. That's where the skeptics come in, and they're gonna hold their "I told you so" signs, and they'd be right. But look, dude, they're trying their ass off, and they have gotten a lot further than I think a lot of people expected, particularly after the first time and everything that's gone on in the city in the last 5 years. So they're still working, man. It is not. This thing is far from over, and I just think they're doing a really good job. I mean, they even said it in the piece today in Oregon Live. They have done a really good job of lobbying, which I said the other day, because for the Senate to pass that, there was even one of the lawmakers was quoted in there saying, "Hey, look, I don't think the finances work, but I'm going to vote for it anyway because there's really no downside."
And that's just it. Why not push until we get to the point where like the rubber hits the road and you can pull the ripcord anytime you want, but why not try to
see if we can work this out? And that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing. Again, just a lot of what...
That's what they're doing, but it's not what collectively maybe we are doing.
Well, there's a lot of skeptics, but that's okay. There's going to be a lot of fair questions. Like I said, I think the key here is that we're learning that it is getting down to crunch time. And by crunch time, I'm not talking about a few days or a few months. I'm talking about, like Craig Cheek said, like 18 months. It's a long time, but it's closing in. The pressure's on. A lot of these questions need to be answered. And that's what they're working on. I'm just telling you, that's a good group. So hopefully they will come out and get people excited again at some point here over the next 6 months. They did say on the ownership thing he hopes to have something by 2026 to announce on that front. So, again, we just kind of have to wait. All right, the meetings are going on. College football playoff. What they discussing next on the Fan?
It's time to plug your nose and take the points. I'm
Fan.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
KFXX, KWJJ, HD2, Portland. An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on The Fan in the association tonight, a playoff triple header. Damian Lillard making his return to the court after dealing with blood clots in his calf. That game about to tip off between the Bucks and Pacers as Milwaukee looks to even the series before it heads back home. The Pacers are favored at home in that one by 4.5. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies and Thunder about a half an hour away from tip-off. They'll tip it off at 4:30 on TNT. The Thunder favored by 14.5 after winning Game 1 by 51. And in the nightcap at 7 o'clock on TNT, the Lakers host the Timberwolves. Lakers trying to salvage a home split before that series heads back to Minnesota. On the ice, a handful of games as well. The New Jersey Devils and Carolina Hurricanes already in the second period. New Jersey leading that one 1-0. At 4:30, you get the Senators and Maple Leafs. At 5, the Panthers and Lightning. And your nightcap, the Wild visiting the Golden Knights. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Souk.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Souk.
It's going to work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Souk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along Tuesday. It's a nice day out there. Feeling a little warm in my sweatshirt, Buck. Should have worn shorts and a tank top.
I wore shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah, you did. Smart man.
Yeah. It's a great day out there.
God, it really is.
Former Oregon Duck Peyton Pritchard getting featured right now on the TNT pregame show.
What do you have in Game 2? I saw Game 1, he had 19. Do we know?
I don't know. Wait, have they played Game 2?
Is that tonight?
No, because I think they played I think they play Game 2 tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he had 19 Game 1.
Yeah, he did.
For my Celtics.
Sounds like he's going to win Sixth Man of the Year.
Really?
Yeah.
Over who?
I don't know. Let me check. Last I had heard, he was in pretty heavy minus odds. So let me see.
Man, that's awesome. Happy for the guy. Happy for the guy. Local guy, right there. Duck.
That's right.
So in the news coming up, first college football playoff meetings going on. They're out in Dallas. They are meeting about the future of their sport. Already looking at expanding the tournament.
Peyton Pritchard minus 1,400 to
Whoa!
win the award.
Over who?
Malik Beasley, Russell Westbrook, DeAndre Hunter.
Wow.
Beasley at plus 500. Second best odds.
Who's he played for?
Pistons.
Know nothing about him.
Well, he's the
You laying
he's going to be the runner up for the Sixth Man of the Year.
You laying 1,400 there, fella?
No, I'm not.
They juice the crap out of that bet.
That's right.
It's weak. Pricing you out.
Well, I think it was a steady drop in odds. You could have got him for much better prices earlier in the year.
So they're out in outside of Dallas talking about a few things. The main thing is a new playoff format already. 14-team model, guaranteed spots for 4 Big Ten teams, 4 SEC teams, 2 Big 12 teams, 2 ACC teams, 1 Group of 5 champ, or a Group of 5, maybe the highest ranked Group of 5, and then 1 at large. Is that 14? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Yeah, that's 14.
We're not math guys.
What do you think of that? I mean, only 1 at large is kind of. I mean, I could see that being problematic because, 2 ACCs. What if that second ACC sucks and there's like 3 at larges way better than them?
This will remain problematic as long as it tries to fence sit on being objective and making the most money and commanding the most ratings, because those things don't always go hand in hand.
What about 16?
Sure.
What I read, they're saying they're not even considering a 16-team model. I don't know if that's true, but why not go to 16? Doesn't 16 seem like there's room for everybody? you satisfy the Big Ten and the SEC with their auto bids that they want because they're so awesome.
Yeah.
And then everybody else, there's a place at the table. There's room for the lesser Big 12 teams we know aren't going to win it, like the Arizona States or who do we have this year?
Boise.
Well, they're a group of five.
SMU.
Yeah, SMU or whatever, the ACC. Yeah, the Big 12 and the ACC, I think you're right. It's like they're always going to be problematic because they're going to have teams that are in there that we're like, don't really stack up to the SEC and the Big Ten. So if you have 16 teams in the playoff, then I think there's room for all of that.
Sure. But what people are going to – but the pessimist side of that, or like the anti-argument to that is essentially, if those teams can't win, what are we doing putting them in anyways?
Well, but that's true of the NCAA tournament, the basketball
tournament. Right, but it's always been that way, and the format has always worked.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's like not every – I mean, my God, the idea that every team that gets in a postseason tournament can win it is – foolish.
Of course, but they are also considering ratings and what sells. And do you have incentive to watch whoever the 16th team is get absolutely pounded by number one Georgia?
Wait a minute. Of all of the games in the college football playoff this last year, you know what the best game was? Arizona State and Texas.
Yeah.
And Arizona State was not going to win that tournament. They were the team that everyone was talking about, that's the team that's going to get pounded. Well, they didn't.
And this isn't me. This isn't me naysaying. What I'm saying is that they're considering what creates good matchups, what creates good ratings.
Well, they just want Big Ten versus SEC.
Of course they do.
They want Oregon, Ohio State every game.
But they also want to say they're doing something objective and fair and that everybody has a chance.
Yes.
So
they're fence sitting.
Yeah.
The alternative here, and this is interesting, the leagues would qualify for their automatic spots in the playoff through their play that season. In other words, if the Big 12 has a great overall record, cumulative record amongst all their teams, then they would get so many spots for that winning percentage. Same with the Big 10, same with the SEC, same with the ACC. Now, I can't see the Big 2 going for that, Big 2 being the Big 10 and the SEC, but it's on the table. They're also saying TV ratings could be a way to qualify for an automatic spot in the playoff.
That was the most interesting and sticky point to me.
Well, you know, ESPN plays a big part of this.
Yes.
In these negotiations.
Oh, yeah.
And TV ratings are interesting because the Big Ten and the SEC know that their teams are higher rated.
Yeah. More people watch their games.
You know, and this wouldn't be so bad for Oregon because, you know, people watch Oregon.
Not at all. But then if you're talking about making sure everyone has a fair shake, that doesn't do much for the teams that nobody watches or cares about.
I got to go back and look, but, I mean, Indiana, Boise State, Arizona State,
SMU,
all in the tournament last year. Are they out if they don't have good ratings compared to, say, like who didn't make it?
Ole Miss was on the fringe.
Yeah, there you go, Ole Miss.
Like, absolutely.
LSU.
NC State, I think, was on the fringe. God. No, South Carolina was on the fringe.
Yep.
Another SEC team.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy.
State, South Carolina. That's what
Here we go. I don't love that. I bet they don't do that, but you know.
That's a slippery slope, man.
That is. Big Ten, SEC. I mean, those two conferences like the automatic qualifiers for two reasons. One, it means they can play bigger, more high-profile games in the non-con and not have it hurt them if they lose. In other words, let's just say, for example, SEC's big boy is Alabama. They lose 2 out of 3 games in the non-con because they scheduled these big money-making, high TV rating games that makes them a bunch of money. They're 1-2 going into the SEC. All they have to do is get one of those automatic spots from playing well in the SEC, and they're in the tournament. So that would incentivize those schools in those leagues to play more high-profile games. It would, and I like that because, you know, we've always bitched about the schools. I remember Kansas State always got heat for this, or whomever, who doesn't schedule anybody in the non-con because they don't have to. So there's that. And 2, then they could create play-in games. Now, this is the first I heard about this till I read about this today, but if the SEC has 4 automatic qualifiers, the title game of the SEC will get, you know, that's 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Then they could create 2 play-in games for the other 2 spots.
Because was it the SEC or was it one of the conferences had a big, maybe it was the Big 12 had that huge tie scenario last year where it's like,
yes,
I mean, if it came down to it, that could provide some great theater for those conferences and funneling into the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that. I mean, it's leaning into the conference championship game, so you're adding more of that.
Yeah.
Which I know a lot of people.
Which, if you're doing that, then I don't really think you need to be at 16 teams, because then I feel like you're like the other issue with this year's playoff is there was so much space and time between all these games, and I realize that they're college kids who haven't played these exceptionally long seasons or whatever, but it kind of felt like it dragged on by the end. I mean, it was really late by the time we played the championship game from when we started.
Yeah, now that question, and I agree with that. That whole thing is not for this year. That's going to be for when the next
deal
contract, which is I think after next season.
Yeah, so it's one more year of this current system before it changes.
What they're talking about now, I mean, there another thing that they're talking about at this meeting in Dallas is they want to come up with a statistical formula to weigh strength of schedule. They want a more uniform metric, and
good luck.
Yeah, that's tough, but I think it can be done.
Right. I mean, it'll be probably something akin to the NCAA basketball, where like it's quad 1 wins and quad 1 games, and how you do against those schools. And yes, you get credit for wins, but if it's a quad 4, it's not weighted as much. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's good. I mean, there's a lot of good analytics
guys. Keep trying, keep pushing.
Yeah, the Bartus of the world, all the Bill Connolly, all these guys are out there that do they put together these kinds of formulas, these analytics. You can get one that makes strength of schedule a little bit more uniform, or at least compares schedules impartially, as opposed to just someone's. Oh, I don't think that's a very easy schedule. Well, I think it was an easy schedule. You know, I mean, it's Thunderdome right now with strength of schedule, and that's a huge problem in college football. So they are looking at that. And I think the biggest thing is, and this is probably the one thing that they will change, is will they choose to seed the tournament, the playoff,
differently than they did?
Yeah, by rankings and not by top 4 conference champions. I'm guessing they will do it that way.
I think that this year it was better in theory than it was in execution, or better in, you know what I mean? Like, I think rewarding conference champions with a bye seemed like a good idea, but when then you ended up seeing what those resumes looked like, and that all conference champions are not created equal, and they're not all dominant teams, then that system was clearly flawed.
Yeah, we learned that. I think we had to go through 1 year of a bigger tournament to learn that.
But that also doesn't mean there aren't years where teams are going to be overranked going into that, and then they get blown up too. I mean, the pendulum will swing both ways.
Also, when we get back, so those are some of the things they're talking about at the college football playoff meetings. That's what's on the table. The bigger question is what they'll do, next year, after this coming season. They have a whole new contract, and they could change the whole damn thing. But I think that's what they're kind of doing, a lot of that legwork right now, which is why you're not going to get any answers on that for a while. They don't have to quite yet. But they just revealed the college football playoff schedule for the upcoming season this winter.
Some find one aspect of it blasphemous.
Is that right?
Sacrilege.
What a tease.
Yeah.
You a radio guy?
Sometimes.
That's great.
And it makes me sad.
We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Check out The Fan.
All right, we're talking college football. Why? Because we love it. That's why. And we miss it. We miss it dearly. Spring game this weekend on The Fan, I think, right? Oregon spring game?
That's correct.
Yeah. Who's calling the action?
Joey Mack, I think, or maybe Jerry Allen. I think it's Jerry Allen.
Nice. Yeah, Dan Lanning does not subscribe to the theory that a lot of coaches do that they're scrapping the spring games. He loves it.
No, he does love it.
Let's play. Lace him up. What's his thing is? The only way to get better at football is to play football.
I think
football's football, and the only way to get better at it is to play football.
There you go.
The best part of football is football, and so you got to do football.
Dan Lanning plays football. Chip Kelly does football.
Football is football.
Football is football.
So a lot of people texting in about strength of schedule. Develop a strength of schedule system. Congratulations. Welcome back to the BCS. Well, wait a minute.
To a degree.
I mean,
there's that's fair.
Yeah, it's fair, but realize that that would only be one component,
of course,
that they look at. But there's got to be a way to make strength of schedule a little bit more.
But you start getting into putting it into a formula, and then you are back into the BCS.
Well, but it's only one part of how they're doing. Like, it's one thing to look at, much like, the Ken Palm power rating. It doesn't mean everything. It's just a nice way to make it more quantifiable, because right now it's like, I mean, it's just full of bias, and I don't know. Not that you could ever take all the bias out of it. It's just, I don't know. I text Bart too. He was listening. He texted me. I'm waiting to hear back, but I think there's a way that you could make a strength of schedule analytic, and it would help. I mean, I know it's not everything, but it would help. It's the only way you could, short of everybody playing everybody else. I mean, not even strength of schedule lines up in the NFL. Like, some teams play easier schedules than other teams.
Yeah,
but
at least it's a component.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think college football's got a real problem with the disparity of strength of schedule.
Absolutely.
So we need to be able to measure that. At any rate, they just revealed the college football playoff schedule for the upcoming season, and while they have yet to tell us when the first round games are, they have said that there will be, so on the quarterfinals, the first quarterfinal will be on New Year's Eve. So 4:30, and that's a Wednesday, by the way.
Interesting.
4:30 our time, Wednesday, December 31st, your first quarterfinal. Now, the quarterfinals, remember, these would be the four games. Like, what do we have? We had Texas, Arizona State,
Oregon, Ohio State. We had
Penn State, Boise State.
Penn State, Boise State, and we would have had Notre Dame,
Georgia. Yeah, that's the second weekend. And so this the first quarterfinal on New Year's Eve, and then they're going to do a triple header on New Year's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 quarterfinals will be on New Year's Day, which is a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a 9 a.m. game. That one is the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably one that's pretty far east.
The Rose Bowl at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
What? It's always at 2.
That's right.
And this is what you were talking about. The people are...
there are some people that...
They call this blasphemous.
Yeah, sacrilege. That the purists are saying that you cannot move the kickoff time of the Rose Bowl. And frankly, the Rose Bowl and that whole organization has stood pat on that kickoff time for years. People have tried to move that around outside of obviously like UCLA games and stuff, but they love the optics of when the game starts and the sun setting on the San Gabriel Mountains right when the fourth quarter hits, and that's all going to change this year.
Well, I was just reading an article today that college football games are getting longer. So maybe, believe it or not, they're trying to speed them up, but they're not getting shorter. They're getting longer.
So it won't make that much of a difference.
Maybe it'll work.
It's not like they're putting it at 9 a.m. or a night game.
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
Yeah.
God. So the Rose Bowl at 1, and then the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans at 5. And then the 2 semifinals will be hosted by the Fiesta Bowl and Peach Bowl that next week. Again, semifinals, one of them is going to be on Thursday, and one of them is going to be on Friday.
Okay.
And then the championship game is always Monday. This one will be January 19th, and that will be in Miami. At Hard Rock Stadium. So, I don't know. I think it's weird that they're on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays.
I do, but I also think that To me, New Year's Day and college football are like synonymous, and to a lot of people, that's the case. And I think building some of your marquee games around that marquee college football holiday makes a lot of sense. Now, as far as the Thursday, Friday later on, like semifinals, I don't know as much about that, but I like the idea of continuing to make football on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day matter.
Yeah, I can get behind that. It's P1 Scott is in. He says, the fact that all 4 automatic seeds got a bye and all 4 lost tells me the rust factor is real. Another reason to go to 16 teams and no byes. I agree with that. I've been saying 16 all along. I mean, they want more games. They want more eyeballs, TV ratings. Just go to 16. I just think the debate over 16 and 17 is kind of a who cares,
Yeah,
Whereas
but we say
the
that
debate,
about 12 and 13. I mean,
I think the higher you go, the more it's like
we used to have 4,
matters.
and everyone's like, oh, it's a huge problem. And now we had a problem at 12, 13. We added 8 more spots.
Well, I don't know. Would you say that this year, the 13th team, who I think was South Carolina,
or Ole Miss, one of those two, probably.
Would you say that was really that big of a debate that they were left out? I don't think it was.
No, I don't think it. But there was the whole like SMU barely sneaking in because they lost to Clemson close enough in the title game, and you had all that.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of that, but I just think the further down you go, the less it's going to be a thing. In 16 and 17, you're like, look, at least with 16 teams, you have room for.
But 17
teams from all leagues.
17 will find enough of a voice to bitch the same way 13 did. That'll always be the case.
You're always going to have that. I mean, hell, you have 69 bitching in college basketball.
Yes, you do.
So, but that's also, I mean, look, again, this is another one of those things that, to me, is kind of a fun part of sports. I mean, there's a lot of things we gripe about in sports. One of them I've always talked about is replay. Everybody's always like, oh, replay slows everything down. I think replay, particularly in the NFL, is really exciting. Because you then sit at home as the viewer and you become the official and you're looking at the slow-mo replay and I think it enhances the experience. It's kind of dramatic.
I think it can.
And then this is another one where it's like, I think the debates are good. This is not a bad thing that we have debates or teams bitching. It's just that it's less important the further down you go. I don't know. 16 teams, no buys makes too much sense.
Fine, I'm in.
Yeah, let's do it. They should put us in charge.
Okay.
All right, coming up next, where are we at? In the news.
That's right.
How about that? What is Oregon's best college town? That's next. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. Lots of playoff action tonight, both on the hardwood and on the ice. On the hardwood, a trio of playoff games in the first round. The Indiana Pacers and Milwaukee Bucks doing battle right now. Damian Lillard back from his blood clot issue. He has just 2 points in 8 minutes so far this evening. The Pacers leading that one by 12 points, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's 32-20 in favor of Indiana. Tyrese Halliburton leading the way for Indiana with 7 points. Coming up at 4:30, or just moments from now, Memphis and Oklahoma City tipping things off. OKC, a 14.5-point favorite after they won by 51 in Game 1. They're looking to take a 2-0 series lead. And in the nightcap, the Lakers looking to earn a home split against the T-Wolves in Game 2 at the Crypto.com Arena. Lakers 5.5-point favorites in that one. And on the ice, one game in action now, another with puck about to drop. Hurricanes up 2-1 on the Devils with 6 minutes to go in the second period. Senators and Maple Leafs about to drop the puck at any moment on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. Time with Isaac and Souk
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah. It is draft week. Our draft beatnik, as I call him, Andrew Nemec, will be in for the picks on Thursday, round 1, 5 o'clock.
He's literally been texting me in the last hour about odds on certain teams and what positions they might select.
Yeah, he loves to bet it.
Yeah, he does. He's had some good years doing that. He's gotten in on the ground floor on some really long odds in the past that have worked out for him. But the current thing he has brewing is he thinks that Dallas to take defensive line or edge might be a hot ticket.
Okay, and they pick 12th maybe?
Somewhere around there. There was a lot of previous speculation they might go wide receiver with the kid Golden from Texas or Tet McMillan.
All right. Well, we got you covered on that. It's NFL Draft Week. That'll be Thursday. And then Friday, too, with the guys filling in. All right, it is April 22, 2025. Time for In the News. I'm your newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll do it live.
We are doing it live. Bill. Whatever happened to Bill O'Reilly? Remember that dude?
Yeah, I do.
God, did he get canceled or did he just retire?
Or did he get kicked off the air because he was an ass? I mean, he yelled, like, and not just like...
Third option.
He yelled at a lot of...
Yeah, he wasn't
like,
real ass.
He might have been the kind of person that got canned for, like, workplace behavior.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing now.
I bet we could find out.
Still alive? Probably doing a podcast somewhere. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is School Bus Drivers Day, so much love to all you school bus drivers. That is I can't imagine a wonderful job. Although, well...
I sometimes see advertisements for, like, doing that job. Like, oh, you can get $25 an hour for driving a school bus.
Do you think you get paid more doing that or driving Uber?
Ooh,
probably Uber.
Well, the other component that no one ever really factors in is if you're driving Uber, you're putting miles on your own car. And, the school bus isn't yours.
Yeah, I just feel like, Uber, I don't know, man. I use Uber a lot, and I oftentimes think that wouldn't be so bad, Uber. Because you can kind of do it when you want.
Yeah, especially if you're doing just the food and you don't want to deal with people.
Yeah. And then other times I think, God, why would you want to do this? Because I don't think they really take care of you all that well.
Right. And there are days I can't think of anything worse than driving a bunch of people around.
Yeah.
But some days it seems great.
I think it'd be cool to do, like, long trips. Like, I'll drive you to San Francisco.
I love how when we always get those, like, well, I shouldn't say always, but occasionally there's a story of, like, a football player who needs to make it to some team's facility or whatever, and, like, the only way they can't get on a flight, so they just take an Uber. Like, do you hear the dude who had to go from, like, Chicago to Buffalo, and the Uber driver drove him, like, freaking 6 hours to get... Yeah.
What's that run? What do you have to pay?
I don't remember, but they, like, became buddies after that. The driver and the player.
Little bonding times. It's like a round of golf.
The guy picked up, he's like, wait, you're going to Buffalo, New York? He's like, yeah. He's like, okay, let's go. That guy's got to get home still.
Yeah. What does he do then? He got to turn around, drive back. How do you get a ride back?
I don't know.
You got to get somebody in your car to pay you to drive back. Is there anybody in Buffalo who wants to drive?
Yeah, I don't know. Or do you just have to go like one leg at a time, say I'm only going back southwest? I don't know.
Or maybe you, I wonder, can you pick up rides in other cities then? Can he just turn on his Uber and be like, all right, let's see if I can just drive around Buffalo for a while?
Yeah, because if you have to go let's say you pick somebody up at the Portland airport, but they're going to Eugene even. Like, do you have to, I don't know.
Yeah, can you then drive a bunch of people around in
I'm
Eugene?
sure, I bet our listeners know. We'll find out.
Probably have some Uber drivers listening to us out there. Have you ever gotten in an Uber and heard the fan on? It's very rare.
I haven't taken an Uber in a while, and usually they have music or nothing.
Yeah.
They're rarely are they sports radio listeners.
Yeah, they don't want to be offensive to their... They want the 5 stars.
They don't want to hear all the ROP bitch drops.
Right. And I also think that... I don't know about you, it's unfair to say a lot of Uber drivers, at least in the last couple of years, a lot of foreign drivers.
Sure.
A lot more than there used to be.
Okay.
I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's true, but it seems like it. And, of course,
But they're not big.
They're not.
Rob
yeah,
and Souk heads.
They're not listening. They're not listening to us. And something is quite satisfying about that. When I see the Uber driver and it's like Ahmed, I'm like, perfect. This is great. Now I don't have to talk about the fan, because they see my name, and then if I get in there and
if it's someone that
Bill,
listens and it's an Isaac, I'm
they're
sure
like,
they're like, "Are you that Isaac?"
No, what they say is, "What do you do?" And then I have to tell them. I hate that. It's tough being us. Would you rather be a school bus driver or clean motels?
Oh, give me the bus.
Really?
Yeah. I hate cleaning.
I do too.
There's certain things I don't mind. Like, I really don't mind laundry. I don't mind unloading the dishwasher. But like really like cleaning, the kind that hotel rooms need. No, thank you.
Yeah, but they don't really. I mean, I think that's the thing about hotels.
People do gross stuff in hotel rooms.
But they don't really clean the hell out of them.
Are you saying I just have to change the sheets and vacuum? Or
that's all they do. I mean, they kind of pretend to wipe stuff
I mean,
down.
you're cleaning toilets, you're cleaning mirrors, cleaning sinks. I don't know. No thanks. Give me the bus.
What is Oregon's best college town, you ask? Good question, Buckley.
Thanks.
We've answered that question, or at least one entity has answered that question. According to World Atlas, the best college town in Oregon is Corvallis, home of the Beavers, where you did not go to school. You little bitch. What do you think about that? In your face.
I haven't spent a lot of time in Corvallis, so I mean,
I like Corvallis.
I went to a Civil War once when I was a sophomore, so wasn't of drinking age to go to the bars, even though I was doing plenty of drinking. So I can't tell you much about Corvallis, the college town. I really don't know much.
Well, I have spent more time in Corvallis than Eugene, I will say.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, just in the town. I've probably gone to more Duck games than Beaver games, but I don't know. I can see why they named Corvallis the best college town in Oregon. They say academic excellence, strong ties between the university and community, a thriving cultural scene, and an economy supported by college students and faculty are all reasons that World Atlas, a travel website, noted Corvallis as the best college town in Oregon. Now, I think this is a slippery slope because I don't know what you characterize as a college town. To me, like Portland would not be a college town just because it has Portland State. I think a college town must mean that, and this is why I think they went with Corvallis, it must mean that the university or the college is the biggest part of the town. It kind of is the town.
That's what kind of makes a college town to me, is that the town is reliant on the college life to thrive.
Yeah, and I don't think Eugene is really that. Isn't Eugene big enough that it, there's kind of the university and then there's Eugene, whereas Corvallis and Oregon State are kind of synonymous. Am I wrong about this? Because Eugene's bigger.
Eugene is bigger, but I also feel like there's an element of like when you drive in and all the hotel marquees and all the local restaurants all have a Ducks game day discount and a whatever, like that to me is something that happens when the town is built on the back of the university. And like, and I know that there are other parts of Eugene well outside of where the campus area is that you might not say is college town, but like the way that the kind of heart of Eugene is built up around the college, I think makes it feel that way.
I mean, to me, Ashland would be a good college town that you could put in the mix.
Ashland's built on the back of Shakespeare, baby.
I mean, it's pretty small, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Ben's not. Portland's not. I mean, you have McMinnville. There you go. That's interesting.
Sure.
I don't know. It's tough. And it makes me sad. What about Newburgh? George Fox is down there, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it a college town.
But it's not a college town.
No.
Like, I just don't think of it as a college town.
Just because a college is there in a small town doesn't make it a college town.
That's right, which is why I think Corvallis won this. It's really the only true college town in Oregon, if you think about it. It really is.
But would the town, like, be fine on its own with no university if it was just, like, the agriculture stuff? Like,
no, I don't think it would.
Yeah, then I think you're right.
And I feel like that's what they said in there. Well, the Oregon Potato Commission is out with some hot facts.
Ooh.
We'll have those for you next on In the News on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Anthony Simons, F.
told you, you dumb bitch!
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, careening toward the Hot 5 at 5, where we have very big Sixth Man of the Year news here for you. This is in the news, April 22, 2025. I was mentioning the Oregon Potato Commission is out with some hot facts. Did you know that our state vegetable is an economic powerhouse? Buckley?
Are you kidding me?
No. I mean, I knew potatoes are a big deal, but tell me more.
According to the Oregon Potato Commission, the state produces more potatoes per acre than Idaho, contributing $200 to $225 million US dollars annually. So when people think of potatoes, they think of Idaho. But Oregon's potato industry can more than hold its own. In fact, Oregon is one of the top producers in the country. We grow more potatoes per acre than Idaho, according to Gary Roth, the executive director of the Oregon Potato Commission. How do you get the executive director position at the Oregon Potato Commission? What is your career path?
I mean, you must love your spuds, for one. But, I mean, I don't know. Are you on some different... Are you on other agricultural commission boards, or like, are you like a career food administrator person? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Goes without saying, but Roth knows a lot about Oregon's state vegetable and its local history, including the fact that Oregon can take credit for inventing tater tots. Did you know this?
So that's the BYU kid's grandpa then, right?
Oh, yeah. I guess that's right. He says...
He must have been an Oregonian.
The thing that I think most people really don't appreciate about potatoes is just how healthy and nutritious they are, he said. It's high in potassium, more potassium than a banana, actually. High in vitamin C. Boy, I don't think that at all. Do you? Like, I try to avoid the potato.
A lot of people do, because they are starch and carb heavy, so...
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it doesn't provide good sustenance. It does, but... I might stop short of it being like something that you should eat a lot of because it's healthy for you.
We have 100 potato farms here in Oregon. And like I said, $200 to $225 million, depending on the year. Farm gate means that with the farmers across the state who produce potatoes, that's what they receive. Yeah, the farm gate value for potatoes. 2.7 billion pounds of potatoes. One of the farms producing plenty of potatoes is located on Sauvie Island. Did you know that? Not me. It would be hard to be a potato farmer. Would you rather be a potato farmer or a school bus driver?
I would need to know more about potato farming, but my
instinct
says, just give me the bus. I'll keep driving.
Yeah, we had a bus driver text in. He said, hey, man, school bus driver here. Been one for 11 years. Great benefits. $32 plus per hour. Good kids. What's not to like? Well, I think the kids part.
Yeah, that.
But, you know, if you get good kids, I guess that's good. Anyway, there's hot potato news for you guys out there. News you didn't know you needed.
Starch madness.
About potatoes. That's right, starch madness. Call the National Guard. If I gave you one pass and you could use it to call in the National Guard for any community problem you see fit.
Wow.
What are you
using?
That's
a fun prompt. I need to think more about that, but you need something stopped that happens in your community.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can use them. You know where I'm going.
It's muffler bros, right?
Mufflers.
Yeah.
Your loud cars are no more, you sons of bitches.
But how does the National Guard... I mean, I feel like... I think of the National Guard, like, stopping protests and, like, things like that. Like, how would they stop...
How would they do that?
How would they stop loud muffler guy? I mean, wouldn't you just make laws about that and then start writing tickets?
Patrol.
Patrol. Martial law.
Hey, we see you. We're coming after you.
Off the top of my head, I would. I think when people go through the tunnel on 26 and honk to get their jollies off, it's the dumbest thing ever.
What do you think you do? Stand there and shoot people?
You don't honk here. The tunnel.
How do you get?
There's three lanes going 3 different directions. There's no need for honking.
So the you need the National Guard for that?
No, I was just thinking of something that happens in our community that I don't like.
So that bothers you, huh?
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever. It's a busy, crowded tunnel, and people start honking like it's, I don't know, like it's, the ball just dropped on New Year's. What are you doing?
Isn't it for the kids?
Is it? I don't
I
know.
think it's for the kids.
I always just see adults like.
It's like the bus drivers, or not the bus driver, but the
air
truck
horn
drivers.
Guy, yeah.
I don't know, man. It's kind of cheeky and fun.
It's not. If you're an adult who thinks that's fun, you need to reevaluate your definition of fun.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson signed a bill on Monday restricting out-of-state military forces from entering the state without the governor's approval. House Bill 1321 requires National Guard troops to have permission from the governor or must be called into service by the president before they can enter the state, officials explained, noting similar laws exist in other states, including Idaho, Texas, and Montana. The governor said, "We cannot have armed forces come into our state to enforce policies that are against our core values." Okay, but anybody else catch that they can be called into service by the president? So he can do it. I mean, I don't know. I guess who does this prevent from calling on the National Guard?
I'm not sure.
Because the president can.
That.
So I don't know. According to the governor's office, this law does not restrict the National Guard from supporting disaster response efforts in mutual aid agreements. So the National Guard is under command of each state or territory's governor, noting that it can be deployed in domestic emergencies. It can also be deployed by the president for federal missions. Because didn't Trump call in the National Guard here for the riots at one point?
Yeah, the BLM protests. Remember, they were
yeah
they were knocking people around in front of churches and stuff. Yeah, it was a whole thing.
This law ensures that Washington, not other states, decides what happens in our communities. Okay. Well, I think it's a better question to talk about what we would call in the National Guard for. I can't believe you chose honking in the 26th
that was the
tunnel.
first, when you said something in our society that bothers you, that's the first thing that popped into my mind. Mostly because I just go through that tunnel every day, and today idiots were honking for no reason.
What about the homeless issue?
What is the National Guard going to do?
Yeah.
Round them up? Bum voyage them?
Well...
Shoot them? I mean, what
No, we don't want to... Come on.
What's the Guard going to do about about any of these problems? I feel like they come in for crowd control.
I don't know what they're going to do about much of anything.
Stop that honking, for one.
Unless we need guys with ARs running around. Okay. That's it, guys.
All right.
You're in the news for April 22, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Coming up next is the Hot 5-5. Like I said, big sixth man of the year news. Stay tuned on The Fan.
Hey, it's Souk. And did you know that your air conditioner could be using a refrigerant that's being phased out, and repairs are getting more and more expensive and parts harder to find? That's why A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air is offering up to $2,000 off a new energy-efficient system that uses the latest refrigerant. So you can upgrade now before costs go up. But this offer ends May 31st. So call or visit aeheatingandcooling.com.
Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. 3 NBA playoff games this evening, 2 of them already underway. The Pacers leading the Bucks 53-43 midway through the second quarter as they look to take a 2-0 series lead. Damian Lillard making his return tonight for Milwaukee from the blood clots that sidelined him for some time. He has 6 points in 11 minutes on 2 of 3 shooting. Meanwhile, the other game going on right now, Memphis and OKC, they are still in the first quarter. OKC leading that one by 10 already. It is 22-13 in favor of the Thunder. And in the nightcap tonight, the Los Angeles Lakers looking to salvage a home split against the T-Wolves. That one tipping off at 7 on TNT. The Lakers favored by 5.5. Couple NHL games going on as well. The Hurricanes have a 2-1 lead over the Devils at the end of the second period. That one's over on ESPN. The Maple Leafs already up 2-0 on the Senators 11 minutes into the first. Coming up at 5:30, you'll have the Panthers and Lightning doing battle in the Eastern Conference Round 1. And the nightcap in the NHL tonight, the Golden Knights hosting the Wild. That one doesn't drop. Puck doesn't drop until 8 p.m. More sports, and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley through George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice, juicy little Tuesday. Just Sports Bros. I'm Rob. Big Souk is not right over there. He is in Italy. May even be in Rome by now. Don't know. He'll be out for a couple weeks. Buck is here. Thank you. What was that about?
That was unintentional, but it actually timed out okay.
Good little misfire.
Yeah, good little misfire. Trying to play a Souk drop.
I do know that.
Coming up this hour, what do we have this hour? We'll get into the Forgotten Star, Kawhi Leonard, Fun with Audio, Lee Corso edition, and Tuesday Sampler, including the latest on Shannon Sharpe. Got that in the notes. You were just asking about the Karen Reed doc.
Yeah.
That's on, I think it's on Max.
It's on Max, that's right. It's a 5-part series. It's a little long, but it's pretty intriguing.
That's a good one. That's the one that Will Ortner brought up last time Souk was out. He was filling in. Yeah, he said he was the one that recommended it, and I did take a peek at it, and it got me. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whodunit murder trial.
Yeah.
That was
it is a murder trial.
Yeah, I mean, but now I think she's going on I think the second trial is starting, if I'm not mistaken, it started recently.
Yeah, it's still in the public eye, and I mean, I guess spoiler alert, we haven't come to a resolution on it, but the documentary is all about the crime or accident that happened. That's to be debated, and the initial trial that goes through.
Yeah, dude, it's good. And I think I'm going to tell you in the club if I think she did it. And I want to know if you think she did it.
It's a really interesting case.
Because that's really what it boils down to. Did she do it? And do you think she did? I don't. It is really interesting. Well, also,
I think there's plausible arguments on both sides.
Yeah, it's very gray.
Yeah, because everyone was hammered.
Yes.
Boston idiots.
They were all housed. Okay, so we're also going to get some audio. Australia's favorite twinnies strike again. If you haven't heard Paula and Bridget Powers
of Brisbane,
dude, they are a delight. And you are going to hear from them in our club tonight from 6 to 7. But right now, let's get to the hot, very hot, smoking hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Souk.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Souk. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
I got something on.
Number five.
Boy, college football is sending some strange games to Ireland these days. This year's season opener in Dublin will be Kansas State, Iowa State.
Hell yeah. That's what they're excited about over there. Wildcat Cyclones clash.
So weird. Now, I mean, at least when they send Notre Dame, it's like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But now we know who's going for 2026. So next year's game in Dublin will feature TCU and North Carolina.
Why?
The Frogs are the designated home team. I don't know why.
Do we need to be doing this?
I don't know that we do, because it doesn't seem like they're doing a very good job of it.
Like, at least with the NFL, I understand, at least right now, that seems like a more global game and trying to spread it, and maybe eventually you put a team in Europe or something like that. But I struggle to see the value in putting two mediocre teams there to start the season.
I think that's fair. I just don't know what kind of reception it gets in Dublin. Like, are they just happy to have they fill the stadium no matter who's playing? If not,
well,
I think
just
you're
as
right.
important, does it make any difference to people tuning in on TV, whether it's being played in Dublin or being played in Manhattan, Kansas?
No, but the only thing I like about it is it's on early in the morning, like right when you get up.
Yeah, that's
kind
great.
of nice.
That part's great.
So those two schools, TCU and North Carolina, they actually opened this season against one another. They play Monday night of Labor Day in Chapel Hill. So they'll play over in Dublin for their second half of their home and home next year. College football playoff schedule for the upcoming season will include a quarterfinal triple header on New Year's Day, they announced today. So the Cotton Bowl will be Wednesday night, December 31st. That is the first quarterfinal. So New Year's Eve, you will have one quarterfinal of the playoff. Then the three other quarterfinals will be on Thursday, January 1st. The Orange Bowl will be at 9, the Rose Bowl at 1, and the Sugar Bowl at 5. As Buck alluded to earlier, a lot of people upset that they've moved the Rose Bowl game time from 2 to 1 p.m., but I don't know, whatever. Then the Fiesta Bowl and the Peach Bowl host the two semis the next week, and the championship game is in Miami on Monday, January 19th.
Number three.
Well, it's official. UCLA quarterback Joey Aguilar will transfer to Tennessee.
I love this.
This marks a swap of quarterbacks between the two schools.
Yes.
Aguilar's NIL deal with the Vols, close to $1.2 million, they're saying. That is the same as what he was getting with the Bruins. This is a kid that threw for almost 6,800 yards and 56 touchdowns over the last two seasons at App State. He has 1 year of eligibility left. Now, why do you love this so much?
Oh, I just like the idea that it didn't. I mean, here's a kid that essentially was going to get his start at the bigger school, and then he gets ousted by this debacle over in Tennessee because Nico wasn't a team guy. Well, now they find their team guy who got replaced by Nico. I think it's a fun little story, and now we almost get like proof of which school got the better end, because the proof will be in the. I mean, assuming this kid plays for Tennessee this year, who probably needs a quarterback because they don't have Nico, we'll know right away who got the better end.
And Tennessee has a better team and better coach, so I'm sure that it will look like Aguilar wins this.
Number two.
But you're right, it's a good little storyline. Hopefully they meet in a bowl game or something. I don't know. Is UCLA supposed to be any good? Probably not.
No, I would imagine not.
What do the sports books know? A new favorite to land Shedeur Sanders in the draft. Steelers have moved past the Saints. Pittsburgh said today the Aaron Rodgers saga will not affect how they go about their draft and if they select a quarterback. It does seem set that Cam Ward will be the number one pick to the Titans, but now reports are both the Browns and the Giants are fielding calls for the number 2 and number 3 picks. The targets there seem to be either Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, or Ashton Genty. The draft is tomorrow. No, it's not. It's Thursday on the Fan. And Friday, kind of, on the Fan. And Saturday, kind of, on the Fan. So we have the draft for you. So just cool your panties.
Come too far together. Stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number one.
My number one fan.
Number one.
Number one.
And number one, out since March 18th with a blood clot in his calf, Damian Lillard is back for the Bucks tonight. And they are closing the gap on the Pacers. They were just down 16, but now as they near the end of the first half, it is Pacers 66, Bucks 60.
Yeah, Lillard has 9 points in 16 minutes on 2 of 5 shooting.
Yeah, it wasn't looking good early, but they're battling back. Of course, Indiana leads that series 1-0. They are in Indianapolis. Buck has a bet of the Thunder sweeping the Grizzlies. So far, so good. Oklahoma City hammering them by 50-plus in the first game, and they are already up 11 in game 2, first quarter.
Make that 17.
Oh, damn. I need
40 to 23, 10 minutes to go in the second now.
Oh, my God. What a mismatch. 40 to 24, if we're being honest. And the big NBA story, at least locally, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics and formerly of your Oregon Ducks has won NBA Sixth Man of the Year. And that is the first Oregon Duck to ever win that award. We'll have more on that coming up next on our show.
Yeah, that's really rad.
Isn't
like
it?
That.
That's
the dude made 255 threes this year off the bench. That was good for 5th in the league.
Did you have any idea he'd be this good in the NBA?
Absolutely not. I mean, I thought he could be like some Oregon point guards who have gone to the NBA before. Aaron Brooks, who's a nice player for some people for a while. Luke Ridnour, who's a nice player for some people for a while. But a role guy, a fill-in, a backup point guard. He comes in as instant offense for a really good team, and it's been fun to watch.
The Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Let's get into some NBA stuff, including Peyton Pritchard winning Sixth Man of the Year award. Coming up next on The Fan.
The Blazers won 15 more.
Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
It's called sports, called baseball in particular.
No, I don't know. Yeah, so somebody said, and I'm with him. I'm with him here 100%, Dr. Buckley. The NFL draft pick alert drop, because we always pick one drop.
I saw this.
Yeah, it's got to be this, doesn't it?
I love Tesla.
It's got to be.
I mean, it could be.
It's got to be.
It's called sports.
I think that's the one.
I love Tesla. China.
We'll play the picks live Thursday.
I love cows.
And Andrew Nimick will be here to break it down.
They're eating the pets.
My big hot take is that Cam Ward will go number 1 overall to the Titans.
Bold.
You know, I saw that he was a 0-star recruit. He was just like a chubby.
Well, I know that before he
goofball.
got to Washington State, he was at Incarnate Word.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine he was highly recruited.
Yeah, he was nothing. He was just a fat tub of lard. And now look. See, kids? You too can do it. You just have to be able to throw a ball really well.
Yeah, and transform from being a tub of lard.
Yeah, maybe put in a little work. Well, now to the NBA. 6th man of the year, Peyton Pritchard of your Oregon Ducks. I did look it up. He is the first. It's official. He is the first Oregon Duck to ever win the award.
Award-winning research and prep.
Yeah, I just had to scroll through the list of 6th men of the year.
That's award-winning.
Goes all the way back to 1983. I don't think Bobby Jones played for Oregon, did he?
Not that I'm aware of. I thought Bobby Jones played golf.
Yeah, the basketball Bobby Jones. Or was he just that great of an athlete?
I don't know.
Kevin McHale won it twice. Do you know who is the only player to have won that award 3 times? Think of a great 6th man. And
Ginobili?
This is, no, Ginobili won it once.
Man, I'm surprised he didn't win it more.
Yeah, that's true. But how many times did he come off the bench? Like how many years?
I thought that was kind of his main role when they were in their heyday, but maybe he was more of a starter then.
I thought he slid into the starting 5. He won it in
He probably did.
I'm sorry, what?
Said he probably did.
Yeah, I think he did. He won it in 2008.
But I don't know who
He's one of the best players to have won it. I mean, this is not like a who's who of names.
Big Shot Bob, maybe? Robert Horry?
No. I don't see him on here. He didn't.
No, that's more individual moments and playoffs, but I'm trying to think of other bench guys who've made significant impacts.
I mean, the best player to have won a 6th man of the year is probably James Harden.
Oh, it's got to be. I mean, that guy's an MVP.
2012. Manu, 2008. Detlef Shrimp won it twice. Uncle Cliffy won it. R.I.P. No, the player who won it 3 times, I'll give you the years, 2015, 18, and 19. He was legit off the bench. Like, he is the definition of a 6th man.
The definition of.
You're never going to get it, so I'm just going to tell you.
I don't have it.
Lou Williams.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
He's a bitch.
Whoa.
Yeah, Lou Williams won it 3 times. The only player ever to win it 3 times. So Peyton Pritchard won it this year. Naz Reid last year. Malcolm Brogdon, Tyler Hero, Jordan Clarkson. Like I said, it's not exactly a who's who. J.R. Smith
Well, no, it's
won
guys
one.
who can't start for their team, so,
Well, I know, but I'm just, I thought maybe, yeah, I guess that's fair. 6th men kind of suck. According to Buckley.
They're not stars, If they were, they'd be in the starting lineup.
Danny Manning, Tony Kukoc.
He was a great 6th man.
Kukoc?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sure was. Probably should have been a starter on most teams.
I think he became one shortly thereafter.
Well, the Forgotten Star came through last night. We forgot about Kawhi Leonard. He's back.
Yeah.
He's actually healthy.
When available, pretty good still.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of him, man. Is he overrated or somehow underrated? Overrated because he just simply it can't be counted upon?
Well, I mean, it's one of those incomplete grades, right? Where, I mean, at this point, he's overrated because he's never available to the degree he should be. But in a smaller sample size or in a vacuum, when he is playing, underrated.
Okay, so then he's just rated.
I guess. But if he's constantly sitting out, probably overrated.
I think he's a little overrated.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Based on his availability. It's just, I don't know, man. As good as he was last night, and the Clippers look good, they finished the season, like 18-3 or something. I don't have faith in him. And any other star, like superstar player that had already won 2 titles, we would be terrified of them in the playoffs right now. But for some reason, we look at the Clippers and we go, he'll probably get hurt. Or he won't come through. He's awesome.
Or he's going to miss games.
Yeah, exactly. He can become just the 5th player. If Kawhi takes the Clippers to the title, he can become just the 5th player to win titles on 3 different teams.
Yeah, it doesn't happen much.
Can you name any of those players?
Boy.
LeBron is one.
Yeah.
And he's obviously the big name here. The other 3, not as big names. Big of names. The great John Sally.
Okay. Would not have got that one.
The great Robert Horry.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the great Danny Green.
Oh, so Spurs, Raptors, and
Lakers. He won one with the Lakers.
The bubble championship?
I think so.
Okay.
Wasn't he on that team? He was hanging on for another ring.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So not exactly a who's who.
No.
But
not a lot of who's in this segment.
Did you see who the NBA players voted on the most overrated players in the league?
I did.
This is per the Athletic.
I think I saw this as I sent it to you.
Oh yeah, you did send that to me. Hey, thanks for that.
Sure. I thought it might be a nice topic.
Award-winning show research. Yes, are you surprised by who got
a little bit?
35% of the votes?
A little bit.
Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Pacers.
Now, I don't know how much of that is because he just rode the bench on Team USA and he's like an Olympian who didn't play, or if it's just that there's not a lot that's flashy about his game. I mean, to the naked eye, it's a pretty pedestrian game that he has, but he's pretty damn good.
He's awesome. He's a star.
And he kind of took that title running away. I mean, if you look at the distribution of picks, I think he got now it's only 14% of the players surveyed who felt that way, so it's not a huge percentage. But then the drop off is 6% or something. Right?
I thought his was 35%.
Oh, was it that high?
Yeah, and then next was Rudy Gobert at 30%.
Okay.
And both, I would say Gobert. I totally see where they're coming from in that. Halliburton, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe if he's not playing in Indiana and he's playing alongside LeBron, they're not saying that about him, are they? It's just that he's the key player on that, or he's supposedly the star on my Pacers.
But the fact that it's from the players and not the media makes me think that our guys just not impressed with his game. Because I do think there's a big distinction in what the players think is overrated versus what we talking heads or people on SportsCenter or whatever think is overrated.
No, that's true because Jimmy Butler's on this list. He's 4th.
Mm-hmm. And Draymond Green's on that list too. I think a little ways down.
Well, I can see the Green thing.
I do too. Yeah,
old.
definitely.
But
Butler's interesting.
Jimmy Butler being 4th. So it goes Halliburton, Gobert, Trae Young, and then Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think any fans would say Butler's overrated, would they? Why do players think he's over?
Well, he generates a lot of his points by going to the foul line. He doesn't have he's not a great shooter. He kind of creates, and a lot of what he brings to the table is some of that intangible stuff, it's the grittiness and things like that I think he gets more out of less game than most guys. So they might just not think that he's naturally as good as some others, but it doesn't mean he can't ball. Does that make sense?
No, it does, yeah. No, I get it. I'm just looking at some of the other names on this list.
And that's just a guess at what other players might be thinking, that it's not like he's that great, but he gets a lot out of what he has.
Do you have the list in front of you?
I can. Hold on one moment.
What the hell I did with it?
Probably deleted it. Bloop, bloop, loading, bloop. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I've got the list. So, so the one I'm looking at, 90 votes cast. I'm seeing Halliburton 14.4%.
What am I looking at?
Gobert 10%, Trae Young 8.9%, Jimmy Butler 5.5%, and then you get into 4 different guys who are all 4.5%. That's Bradley Beal, Draymond Green, Ja Morant, and Julius Randle. Then it drops to 3% Joel Embiid, and then a bunch of dudes at 2%.
Yeah, wasn't Giannis in there at 2%?
Giannis, Dylan Brooks, Paul George, Tyler Hero, Drew Holiday, Jaren Jackson, LeBron James, Kyle Kuzma, Domantas Sabonis, Zion
Holiday?
Williamson.
Wow. I mean, most of those I see where they're coming from, but Holiday?
Probably not LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron.
I mean, but again, how you take overrated, if you think LeBron gets more hype than he should, I get how you maybe cast that vote, but that doesn't mean he's a bad basketball player.
Because he's not what he used to be.
Or just that he gets more attention than he deserves.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got one eye on the playoffs tonight. Although, well, I guess Lakers T-Wolves is tonight.
Yeah.
They tip at 7. So that'll be a fun one to watch later. That's a good series. Not all these, these first round series, some of them are good, some of them are like, what?
But I think we do have some good ones. I mean, I think Pistons Knicks in the East is going to be good. That's now even. I think that Clippers Nuggets series is really fun. I mean, that's 1-1 now. And then I think that this Lakers T-Wolves one may go deep. I'm not convinced on the Warriors depth either. The Rockets are still really talented. We'll see what happens there. But I think we got a lot of fun brewing.
Yeah, Rockets Warriors could get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1 wasn't. I mean, Rockets couldn't do anything.
No, but I don't know that'll last.
Yeah.
And also the Warriors got everything they needed out of both their stars, and that might not happen.
Where are the Blazers? Are they in it?
No, they're not in it. Just missed the play-in. They were so close.
Can I also point out that Oklahoma City is a small market, and they have the 6th lowest payroll in the league.
Yeah,
but they're the best team. They said via net rating, they're the best team since Mike Jordan's Bulls. Do you remember Michael Jordan?
I've heard of him.
Best team since then. And they're from Oklahoma City, a market as small, if not smaller than Portland, and they have the 6th lowest payroll in the league. Now, how does that make a Blazer fan feel?
Not great. Not great.
You could also add in Cleveland. You know what I mean? They're that's a smaller market, right? Isn't Cleveland pretty small comparatively?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would think so.
And they have they're middle of the pack in payroll, and they're the number 1 seed in the East, and they have a player akin to Damian Lillard as their star. How's that make Blazer fans feel? Look, I'm not trying to twist a knife here. I'm just saying. Come on, it can be done. Small markets, low payrolls. What are the Blazers doing?
It remains incredibly frustrating for that fan base.
Hey, I saw Jerry Jones speaking today, and I thought of this.
Smiles and glory holes.
He was saying that they're talking about some substantive trades, whatever that means. If I gave you
in the draft or outside of the draft?
Outside. Well, I mean probably both. He said they're just talking about trades right now. I don't know what that means. You know, Jerry.
Sure.
Would you want him as your owner? Like, I'll give him to you. No, wait a minute. I'm trading out Jodes.
Oh.
She's out.
If you get Jerry's
in.
Yes.
Now, Jerry's old, so he's going to die.
And he's incredibly meddling.
Yes, and his kids are going to run it.
But you know what? He cares a lot, and I will always take the owner who cares a lot over the one who's out to lunch.
Okay.
Collecting the check.
Jerry over Jodes, huh?
Yes, no question.
Love that.
That's to me, as tough as it is to see an owner who wants to play GM and coach and all of that, it's 10 times worse than having the owner who is absent, who you never see, who you don't know if they care. That is brutal.
All right, there's a little hot, very smoking hot NBA talk for you here on a Tuesday. Coming up next, Fun with Audio, Lee Corso edition, and other Tuesday samplers, including the latest on Shannon Sharpe's lawsuit. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
This is Draft
Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, coming up in the club, we'll hear audio, Australia's favorite Twinnies strike again. I thought this was fake, but it's not. It's real, and you're going to hear it. First, we have Lee Corso audio. You know, we have to honor the man. We make fun of him a lot. I mean, come on. He's a mess on that game day show. I get it, he had a stroke, but...
By all accounts, he really loved doing it, but it felt like he was more of a mascot than an analyst for the last few years, and it's been really tough.
I think that sometimes you have to protect people from themselves.
I 100% agree, like, especially here.
It'd be like if, let's say Souk and I keep doing this until we're 85, and Souk's had a stroke, and it's just, he's incoherent now, and I'm just still trying to tee him up and lob him softballs, and he just can't quite hit it like he used to. And people are, it's awkward, it's uncomfortable. People are like, God, Rob, what? Is he okay? Like, what's going on?
Well, and the tough part is that everyone could tell that he wasn't okay.
But why are we putting him on there?
And there are even stories like people had written in publications that like Kirk Herbstreit's holding his hand under the desk and stuff like that. I mean, he shouldn't have been on that set for as long as he was, but that doesn't mean he wasn't great at what he did and wasn't kind of a pioneer in the space of being. I mean, like you said, I think it was you said he was kind of like Dick Vitale for college football. Like he's been a constant. He loves the game. He's been great for it, but it doesn't mean it hasn't run its course.
We love Big Souk, but if Big Souk's 85 and slurring and not making any sense over there, we're not. Even if he wants to be on,
agree.
He's not on.
We're on the same page here.
All right. Well, we have to honor him though. He's leaving. Lee Corso's done on College Game Day after week 1 of this year. And I heard 2 clips. Actually, one I love, but I wanted to play you a couple of others because you got to go all the way back to 1993 when Corso made his first headgear pick. And I can't say that I had seen this, but it looks like they're at Notre Dame. I think they're at Notre Dame.
They are. It's a Notre Dame Florida State game, and they're in some athletic department hall. Like they're not doing an outdoor production at this point. I think that came later on game day, but this was their first road show, and it was in South Bend.
Yeah, and of course he played at Florida State. Remember, so he's in this clip. He's being a little bit of a homer. Now I will tell you that Notre Dame ended up winning this game. But he was pretty close on the final score. At any rate, I guess I just never have seen or heard this clip of the very first headgear pick and what it turned into. They were in South Bend. They were hosting Florida State, 1 versus 2. He's a Florida State guy, so they were just kind of hanging out in front of a bunch of trophies and stuff. But they did have the students over on the side kind of roped off, like yelling and screaming. So it was like it was like one of the first College Game Days. And here is how it sounded when Corso made the pick.
I like Charlie Ward. I like his scramble ability. Watch a goal line defense. I like a block punt by Florida State. I'll take Florida State 31-30. Hey! 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 I'll take Notre Dame 31-30.
Well, then he went back to Florida State. So he switched his pick. But 31-30, the final was 31-24. In favor of Notre Dame. But that's how it all started. And I don't know that had anything to do with other than he was a Florida State guy. Like, in other words, I don't think it was something that was born out of, hey, we should do this real fun bit where you put on the headpiece.
Well, and at this point, and I watched the video, it wasn't even a headgear. Like, it was
a hat.
Yeah, it was just like a baseball hat of each school.
And I just wonder if it didn't just start there because he happened to be a Florida State guy
and he did
that
bit
for that one time.
Maybe.
And it turned into what it's turned into. Here is my favorite. Well, actually, no, I'm going to play you the F-it one. This is what Lee Corso is most known for. One of his finer moments on College Game Day.
All right, Carl, how can you pick against SMU? Look at them over there. Red, white, and blue. USA.
Glad there's a delay.
Shasta, shame on you. Watch that mouth out,
Okay, so that was Houston SMU.
Yeah, and that was Carl Lewis was on set with them.
Carl Lewis loved it.
Yeah.
He went crazy.
That was him clapping the whole time.
You know who I'm comparing Lee Corso to in my head, and I just drew the parallel just as he said that? Because I worked with a guy like this locally, Mike Rice.
Okay.
He's a lot like Mike Rice because I did talking ball with Mike Rice, and let me tell you something. Mike Rice, that dude was not, he was going to say whatever he wanted. You are not going to corral Mike Rice. So I think like when guys like that, Corso, whoever, when they're dropping F-bombs, you know they're just being themselves because they don't they really don't care.
Yeah.
It's like he could have filtered that out. He doesn't care to. And Mike Rice was like that. He's like, you deal with it. I'm going to say this. And then last, the best one of all. This was Yale, Harvard?
I think that's right.
Go Bulldogs!
Yale Bulldogs.
Yale Bulldogs.
Oh, wow.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Midget?
Yeah, little guy. Hey, not so fast. I go with Harvard. What's the matter?
I'm going to go with Harvard.
Yeah, see,
I'm going to go with Harvard as well. Oh, you're great.
So awkward. Not so fast, midget. Midget? Yeah, little guy.
Yeah, little guy. Like he has zero idea that was maybe un-PC. He's just like, why wouldn't I call him that?
Exactly. Very Mike Rice of him. I'm telling you. Well, never forget, there are two men tied for third all-time in Florida State history in interceptions.
And Lee Corso's one of them?
Deion Sanders and Lee Corso.
I love that.
And
that's a great bar trivia.
Yes, and there is a funny clip of Deion, of them on game day telling Deion that as coach of Colorado, and Deion was like, whoa.
Hold on a second.
Whoa,
Not so
bro.
fast, my friend.
Not so he would say, well, they weren't throwing at me back then, you know. They wouldn't throw it.
Sure. I mean that's true, but also that's cool for Lee.
All right, there's a little Lee Corso audio. Rest in peace. I mean, he didn't die.
No, rest in peace his career on game day.
Not yet, yeah. All right, our Tuesday sample of the latest on Shannon Sharpe. The audio, not so good. Next on The Fan.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, we already hit it in the Hot 5 at 5, but why not again? Peyton Pritchard, sixth man of the year in the NBA. He was first in scoring of all bench players in the association, also canned 255 three-pointers. That's a lot.
Did he really?
Yeah. Fifth most in the league from off the bench.
Wow. Yeah, you got to hand it to him. First Oregon Duck ever to win the Sixth Man of the Year award, Peyton Pritchard. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray. and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan.
How do we feel about baseball home run celebrations now with in the dugouts?
They've jumped the shark a little bit. Here's what I think. I think a couple teams had like really fun, creative things going on, and then there was almost this thing going around baseball. Well, if you don't have one of those, then clearly you don't have like the clubhouse chemistry. So everyone was almost forced to come up with their own special thing, and a lot of them don't work.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb at this point. I just watched the Toronto. I don't know why I'm watching Toronto Houston.
Do they still do the jacket or the blazer?
Yeah,
or
it's a blazer.
Yeah, it's not cool.
The Mets last night did Lindor hit that bomb and
did they do a sombrero?
No, there's two guys next to him, and they go all the way to the end of the dugout because that's where the camera guy is. And they pose for the camera with an OMG sign.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
So
the Twins put on a fishing vest. A Twins fishing vest.
Who does the shopping cart?
Dodgers? I don't know. No, somebody else did a wheelbarrow, I thought. And then of course you have the Dong Bong up in Baltimore.
But that's the Dong Bong. Yeah, see that they were one of the originals.
Yeah, they were.
That's a pretty good
And
bit.
now apparently they do something called the bird bath at Camden Yards too, where they have like people with a fire hose on the fence out in the bleachers just spray down everybody in the bleachers with water after a home run. They call it the bird bath.
Really?
Yeah.
What if it's like ice cold out?
I don't know. But people were asking if it was a little too much that they were doing it when they put up 18 runs on the Reds and they were still bird bathing out there.
Attorneys for the woman accusing Shannon Sharpe of rape released a recording of a conversation they say she had with the NFL Hall of Famer, in which he apparently threatened to choke her. Now, here is the he said, she said part of this story. Now, he's being sued for $50 million by, I don't know, some Instagram. By the way, I looked her up yesterday.
What's it? It's Gabriella Zuniga.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that worth the trouble there?
Wasn't it that we think he met her in public, not online? Like it was a gym thing, right?
Yeah, he met her at the gym.
Right. So I mean, it's different than I guess like him sliding into some random Instagram hot's DMs. I think it happened organically, and he's thought
Yeah, I suppose
he probably thought I'll get it, Ian.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did.
In the recording, a woman whom the attorneys identified as the plaintiff suing Sharpe under the name of Jane Doe tells Sharpe not to manipulate her.
I'll get it in.
If you say that word one more time, I'm going to effing choke the S out of you when I see you.
Ooh.
A voice resembling Sharpe says in the recording obtained by People magazine. After a pause, the woman says she doesn't want to be choked. He says, yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Oh.
The plaintiff sued Sharpe, with whom she had been engaged in a nearly 2-year relationship in Nevada, accusing him of raping her on 2 different occasions. Okay, so this is the he said, she said. What Sharpe's people are claiming is that is doctored, and she's not giving you the full context of the conversation where they used to joke about sex and choking and things like that. Doesn't sound like it was joking.
And we learned yesterday that the claims on his side were that she was editing audio. So,
yeah, that's not the full version. That's what they're saying.
So out of context, that's horrible. In context, it may still be horrible.
Right.
But if she's manipulated it, it's hard for us to know.
Right. Although I think it still kind of sounds horrible.
Definitely.
Or else they wouldn't have released it. In a statement, Sharpe's attorney, Lanny Davis, described the lawsuit as a shakedown attempt and claimed that the relationship between the accuser and Sharpe was consensual. The statement said Sharpe categorically denies the allegations and called this a gross lie. Now, a couple things you need to know that have come out. One is they were about to settle for $10 million before she filed the lawsuit. So there are reports he was close to cutting her a check. And I wonder if maybe now he doesn't wish he had. I don't know. But,
or that she doesn't wish that she didn't just wait if $10 million was really coming.
Well, she did wait. Now she's... Oh, you mean wait on
and
the
not,
lawsuit?
and not? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
if the $10 million was going to show up, and now maybe it's not because it's being fought in court, I don't know.
Yeah, something happened.
I mean, she might have fumbled the bag, or maybe he fumbled his own bag. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's willing to settle for $10 million,
then he's got some culpability.
I feel
here.
like he's fumbling the bag. Because otherwise he'd be handling it like he is now, which is, oh, this is wrong and I'm going to sue you. He is now saying he's going to sue her, which I think does, I mean, look, that would be what I would consider doing if I had a bunch of money and resources and high-powered attorneys, if I'm being accused of something I didn't do. I would be so livid, I'm suing your ass. And he said he's going to do that. He hasn't seen that yet. But the other thing is that Tony Busby, who is the Deshaun Watson attorney, he's representing the woman. There are now reports that he is vetting another Shannon Sharpe accuser.
Ooh.
So there could be more coming here. And it just sounds to me like Shannon Sharpe
might kind of be what he does.
Bad dude.
Pattern behavior, perhaps.
Yeah. Not good.
Well, that's why we have a court of law, I suppose.
That's right. That's right, Buckley.
Or we could send him to El Salvador.
Send him to court. What's in El Salvador?
That's where we're sending people we don't like now.
Why there?
Because they'll take them.
Why would they take him?
I don't know. It's going.
What's going on out there?
I don't know.
Well, at least he loves Tesla.
That's right.
So anyway, we'll keep you posted on that story. Kind of a wild one. Hard to know who to believe. Well, you're right. Let's take it to court.
I love Tesla. Everything's computer.
and until it's a hung jury like the
Karen Reed
trial. But I tell you don't want to go to trial on something like that, do you?
Dude.
All that stuff gets out, gets presented, public record.
No, you do. And that's the tough thing, I think, for athletes. Like we said, maybe he's culpable, maybe it's a pattern. But even if it's not, there's still a significant possible damage to your reputation going and making this fight public in court. And maybe it is worth shelling out $10 million to just not have those conversations in front of the world.
Well, that's what I was saying yesterday. I think, when you're getting sued for $50 million, you got deep pockets like Shannon Sharpe. Sometimes it can be less stressful to just pay them, even if you didn't do it. If you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Here you go.
And then you get the court of public opinion saying, well, then why'd you pay? But I mean,
well, that's when you make
if it saves you the headache. Then...
Yeah, but they don't know that they pay. They just This is one of those deals where automatically the lawsuit goes away. The woman won't talk because she had to sign an NDA because Sharpe said, if I'm going to give you this money, you're going to shut your hole and never talk of this again. And so then we don't really know what happened, but we assume that they settled.
Smiles and glory holes.
Is that where your head went with that?
Let's hate, man.
No, actually, that came as a comment from the YouTube chat, and I just followed. So,
someone asked, did Mike Rice drink at post-game shows? I saw one episode he dressed like a wizard. His mic cord got all wrapped around him, all while I was holding a mug of some kind of beverage. No, not as far as I know. I don't think he drank much. The wild one. He was just wild. He was wild without the booze.
Naturally wild.
He was an animal, that guy. I'm telling you. He was fun. Fun to work with. I couldn't stand him as a broadcaster, though, because he was such a homer. It's like, God, dude. I also think he stepped all over. You remember the call? Was it the I think it was the first Lillard game winner.
Was it against Houston?
Yeah, Chandler Parsons.
Yeah.
I remember the call of that. He stepped all over Barrett on that.
See, I was in the Bay Area for that, so I only got, I think it was, Tirico had a sensational call on ESPN for that one, but I never heard the local call of what that was.
Yeah, you might be able to find it.
I'm sure it's out there.
Yeah, and in classic Mike Rice fashion, if I remember it, I think it was that call. He starts, like, Barrett's doing, like that was an iconic moment.
Right.
And Barrett's calling it, and I think Rice is bitching about the refs or something.
Oh, no. Because it's one thing, I mean, you hear it in football a lot where, somebody's about to break a big run, and the guy goes, oh, and like, he's just reacting like that over the call. But to be crying about the refs after something, like read the moment.
Yeah. Just lay out if you don't have anything good to say.
Well, he thought it was something good to say, worthwhile even.
Bitching about the refs. That was him, though. He just kind of said what he wanted to when he wanted to. All right, coming up next, it's the Club Hour. We'll have some fun with Australian audio and talk about the Karen Reed doc next on The Fan.
Hey everybody, Sprague here. My friend Bill at Three Mountains Home Services want to make sure you and your household keep your drains cleared. What can we do to keep our drains running smoothly, Bill?
Some tips to prevent drain issues are to make sure you aren't using your sink as a trash can. Put as much leftover food scraps as you can into your compost.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
KFXX, KWJJ, HD2, Portland. An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, plenty of playoff action tonight on the hardwood and on the ice. Right now in the Eastern Conference in the NBA, the Pacers up 99-87 on the Bucks. It's the end of the third quarter. Damian Lillard making his return to the court after those blood clots. He has 11 points in 27 minutes this evening, but Indy up a dozen, looking to take a 2-0 series lead. Meanwhile, it's halftime in Oklahoma City, where the Thunder have an 18-point lead, 70-52 over the Memphis Grizzlies. OKC also looking for their own 2-0 series lead. Coming up in the nightcap, the Lakers looking to salvage a home split against the T-Wolves before that series moves to Minnesota. Meanwhile, on the ice, one game already in the books. The Hurricanes added an empty netter to win 3-1 over the Devils and take a 2-0 series lead. The Maple Leafs also looking for a 2-0 series lead. They currently lead 2-0 over the Senators in the second period. We're underway in Tampa as well, where the Panthers already have a 1-0 lead over the Lightning. And coming up in the nightcap this evening, the Golden Knights host the Wild. That one's at 8 o'clock on ESPN. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Souk.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
On 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Come on, bourbon!
What's that like?
Gloria! Gloria! What up? It's chicken.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I do. I bought the cock and then I released it. You can't just flop that thing out on national TV and be like, hey, check this thing out.
Well, I had to squirt.
Another jelly bean in my dome. He did it. He did a lot of dirt. Why are you going there? What? Why are you going there? What? What?
Little ode to Secanic there.
Yeah, flags! America, yeah! Screw the learned people, no! Get it, 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 get it.
Underrated drop. Screw the learned people, no!
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Screw the learned people, no!
No!
It's like a dumb person is upset they've been outsmarted.
And they would never use the term learned.
That's what makes it great. It's such a, like an upper level word for an idiot. Learned. No one uses learned.
Oh, man. Well, we're going to start with the Karen Reed doc. This is a good watch, you guys. Now, listen, I don't recommend shows all that often.
No.
If I do,
I take your recs seriously.
I do. I think it's important to. If I recommend something, I really want it to be good. It's not gonna be for everybody, but I think it's worth a watch. I'm telling you, I think this is worth a watch. And it's the Karen Reed documentary, first brought to my attention by Will Ortner on this show. Got to give him some love. He brought it up, and then I watched it, and now her murder trial, their second trial is starting. So she is accused of killing her boyfriend. Now, the documentary you should watch is on Max.
Yeah.
And it's called A Body in the Snow.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you thought it was a little long, but, I mean, mean,
you need a
there's
lot of
a
it.
lot of stuff
There's
in
a
there.
lot to get through, and a lot of it is very important, and almost all of it's pretty compelling. I just felt like maybe, I mean, it's a commitment because it's a 5-piece series. So I thought maybe it could have been a little bit tighter, but overall, really good.
Yeah, her second trial started today. Now,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, spoiler alert. They've got the jury. They opening statements today. Spoiler alert. And this won't ruin it for you. I mean, it kind of will.
No,
I guess.
I don't think so, because I didn't actually know what the outcome of the trial was going to be, but then I told myself, wait a second. She is front and center in this documentary as a big part of it. If she were behind bars for what she did, we would know that.
That's fair.
So I think you and it's very much in the public eye right now. So first trial, mistrial.
It was a mistrial. Okay, so you're not going to. I mean, we don't know how it's going to end.
But how you got to that is important.
Yeah. So the story is, so they're in Boston. They're middle-aged. They're a bunch of drunk people. The guy who died is a Boston police officer. His name is John O'Keefe. He was dating Karen Reed. And long story short, they go out boozing one night. They're not having a very good time in their relationship, John and Karen. They're all drunked up. He goes over to a friend's house who happens to be like the police chief or something.
Yeah, they go over to a friend. They go together.
Yeah, and he goes in and she's waiting for him.
Yeah.
To come back out of the house because she's kind of perturbed and wants to go home.
And drunk
and driving. But then she claims he never comes back out. So she leaves. Well, a snowplow driver sees John's body the next morning out in the snow at that house. The owner of the house has no idea how he got there. Karen says she left and went home and was so pissed at him because she's blowing up his phone like, what are you doing? Where are you?
Right.
You've hurt me.
And
blah, blah, blah.
there were phone calls.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like, and we have audio recordings of her cussing him out and like she's all drunk and upset and then she went to sleep it off.
Yeah, and he never came back out of the house. He went into the house, never came back out. Well, they're painting it as he did come back out of the house and she hit him with the car and took off.
With the back of the car in reverse as part of like a 3-point turn. That's based on a broken taillight, based off of data from the car. But basically, they're saying you were so mad at your boyfriend that when he came back out of the house, you backed up into him. Whether you intended to kill him or not, he ended up dying out there because of these injuries.
Right. And there is some shady planting of evidence of like the broken taillight and the shards of glass or whatever
and
in
the
his
fibers
shirt.
from his clothes still on the taillight miles and miles away.
And he died of hypothermia and blunt force trauma to the head. So,
but he had some other strange wounds.
Yeah, he had some
scratches or bites.
He had a run-in with a dog, and so that leads me to, because my wife and I watched it together, and we came up with this theory, and I know I'm right about this, okay? They just need to call me, and I can tell you what happened in the Karen Reed murder, in the murder situation of Karen. Now, I will say this, too, about Karen Reed before I get to that. Karen Reed is not likable at all if you watch her interviews. She's in the documentary a lot, being interviewed, and she does not do herself any favors, because she's very cold and she never really talks about him or missing him. She never cries unless it's about her. She's crazy. Like that's part of this, is that you can totally see how this woman all drunk could have killed him, but it doesn't mean she killed him.
Right. And that to me right now seems like a bigger reach than what they're alleging.
I totally agree.
You know?
So in the first trial, I mean, dude, they had all kinds of witnesses. They brought up the guy, the police chief, all the people that were in the house. Everybody was drunk. They don't do a very good job of telling us what the people inside the house say happened. So it's kind of this, well, the people in the house say, well, we don't really know.
Because they were allegedly, the people inside the house were already having a party there themselves. And there was some communication to this other group that was at the bar getting housed, like, hey, why don't you guys come over here to this party? To which Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, she drives them over there. He goes in the house, and that's when this all breaks down. But The people who are actually inside have very little to say. They're very coy about it. They're all law enforcement.
Yep.
And then they all have some odd communications
Yep.
with each other.
Yep.
And then maybe the biggest
Yep.
thing is that one of the parties involved was Googling things at a certain time of night that lead you to believe they knew there was a body outside, and it wasn't her that put it there.
Yeah. Okay, so the woman, to be fair to her, who's a friend of Karen's, said, yes, I Googled, I think it's like, how long does it take a body to die in the cold or something?
Yeah, and it looked kind of like a drunk Google because how was spelled HOS. It was like Haws to die in snow or to die in cold.
Well, she's claiming that she did not Google that at the time her phone said, and then they even had a phone expert on there who said that is possible.
Yeah, that you could have already had another tab open, and if you went and revisited a different tab, that it could have triggered that time or something. But he was the only one saying that.
Yeah.
There was also evidence that she had deleted a search, which she says she did not do, but they're like, no, it says right here that search was deleted.
Yeah,
So-
she's saying that she Googled it once Karen came over there and they all found the body. That's when she Googled it.
Right.
But it shows that possibly she did that the night before when Karen was sleeping and John was dead.
And the forensic guy is basically saying if she had another tab open at that time of night and then Googled something on that same tab,
Yes.
it might register as that time.
So that's the gist of it. There's a lot more than that, but that's the gist of it.
Including some salacious affair stuff and like text messages
She
and
was trying to
unfaithfulness.
get it on with one of the cop guys.
Yeah, and then some of the
Other
cop
cop
guys had some not great things to say about her before even giving her any benefit of the doubt.
So it's messy.
Yeah.
But here's what happened. Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. The question is did Karen Reed kill John O'Keefe? That's the question. And the answer is no, she did not. I do not believe she killed John O'Keefe.
I don't think she did either.
You don't?
No.
What I think happened is he went, because I think she is acting as crazy as she is, and she is all about herself, like she's like borderline narcissist. She is acting like an innocent person. Everything she is doing and saying is what an innocent person would do and say. And also she flipped out when when they called her to the scene and she saw his body, she was bawling and hysterical.
There were a couple.
You can't really fake that.
But there were a couple things she said early on, maybe because she was hungover because she was housed the night before, that you're like, whoa, why would you say that? It was like she asked one of her friends, like, you don't think I killed him, do you? Or something like that. And she also said, like, I guess I could have hit him.
Yes.
Or something like that. Like,
and I think that is actually exactly what a right-minded, innocent person would think. It's
but
like
they're also saying, well, that could also be what someone who did it on purpose and wants to claim accident would say.
Maybe, but I think she was more coming from the place of, and she's being honest. I think she was really thinking, my God, everybody's pointing at me.
Could I?
I don't know what happened to John. Maybe I did hit him. I was drunk.
It's possible, but for whatever reason, that got twisted and made to make her look like she was almost planting the seed that she had done it.
Yeah, see, I didn't view it that way. I viewed that as, oh, okay.
No, but the prosecution wanted to make it look that way.
That's very honest.
They leaned on that.
Here's what happened. John went into that house. The dog attacked him because there's a whole thing about the dog.
A German Shepherd who had a history of attacking other dogs.
And they had to get rid of the dog.
Yeah.
And so the dog attacks John. He does have marks
on his arm
that are something happened with the animal. He then gets in a fight with the owners. Remember, they're all housed. The owner's probably trying to break it up, or something happens where John falls, hits his head, and they're like, OS, we're in trouble. They're all in law enforcement. They put him out in the snow, make it look like an accident, and that's what they're sticking to. That's what happened.
Yeah, and the arguments from both sides are fascinating and compelling enough that the jury, after deliberating, they were on squarely opposite sides thinking he did and did not do it. Or she did and did not do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe that because they're really, like Dwayne says, he just texted in, there is not a lot of evidence pointing to her at all. Everything that is pointing to her is circumstantial, and some of it is planted.
Yeah.
Flat out planted. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know, dude. I don't think she did it. I think something happened in that house with that dog, and they're trying to cover it up. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
If you watch the doc, I think you'll agree with
I
me.
think they said there was some bad blood with some of the people in the house potentially as well. And I also think that the other dude that Karen was flirting with, like, wasn't he there?
Yeah, he was there.
And so if there was some sort of either confrontation about that, because it may be that there was some other thing going, like, you ever see it when a dog gets all riled up when there's a confrontation between humans?
Yeah.
Like,
There you go.
that could
Yeah.
be the type of thing. Like,
Yep.
someone gets in someone's face, and then the dog jumps out and bites, and then he turns and hits the dog, and then they hit him in return. And yeah, you
agree.
can see how there's some sort of chain reaction there. And yeah, it feels like they tried to cover it up.
So this is going to be more in the news here over the next handful of weeks because her second trial has begun. They're going back to trial. First one, a mistrial. It's the Karen Reed murder story. It's called A Body in the Snow. You can watch it on Max, and it's really good. Very interesting. A lot of different angles. Let's listen to some fun Aussie audio next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. Choose from the morning or
You know where the danger
attention.
is? It's with the opposing team's broadcasters who only see that team once every now and then and don't do it frequently. One of them's going to step in it.
Oof. Yeah, because if you say that fast,
Yeah.
Nick Kurtz.
Yeah. They're
problematic.
The Giants had a bullpen reliever named Josh Osich a while back, and boy, you said that one fast, and it turns into OS real quick.
So anyway, I've edited this one, and it turns out this is real. I'll be damned, this is real.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's real, but are they doing bits?
That's a good question. Well, let's play it, and then we will talk about that. But these two have been featured on Australian TV before. I'm going to play that part first. So this is a about 2.5 minute feature on them.
And it was part of a 5-minute feature, but we cut it off just so you get the idea.
This is the gist of who these women are. Their names are Paula and Bridget Powers. There are several vids of them out there. Here's a little taste. They're twins, identical twins. Here's a little taste of them from the Australian news.
Now, there's always something fascinating about identical twins. Not only do they look the same, it can seem like they're the same person. And that's certainly the case for our next guest.
Yeah, Bridget and Paula Powers are so alike. They finish each other's sentences. For the past 2 decades, they've been running Twinnies, Pelican and Seabird Rescue on the Sunshine Coast. But now they need your help.
They wear matching outfits, live together, work together, and speak in unison.
We said, no, we can't leave it. So we picked it up and we put it in our incubator.
Bridget and Paula Powers are Australia's most famous identical twins. When Piers Morgan interviewed them, the video went viral.
Do you feel like you are really one person?
Sometimes we do feel like just one person. Yes, we do. But we know that we are individuals, though.
Okay, I've got to ask you, have you... It is extraordinary that you speak in unison.
Sorry, how can you keep a straight face? That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
The twins have also found themselves in the spotlight for their work rescuing injured animals along the Queensland coast.
We got a phone call this morning about this poor botulism pelican.
Steve Irwin first discovered the sisters and gave them jobs at Australia Zoo. Since then, they've devoted their lives to saving seabirds, but are struggling to cover ongoing costs.
Joining us now, Bridget and Paula Powers. Ladies, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning to you both.
Now, just listening to you is kind of strange for most people because the whole finishing each other's sentencing thing is strange. Probably not for you, though.
No, it's not strange to us, but we know that it is strange to a lot of people out there.
Is it just the speaking bit that you're in sync with each other, or are you in sync with each other emotionally? Do you feel each other's pain and things like that?
Yes, we do. Actually, yes, we do. People probably wouldn't believe it, but yes, twins do feel one another's pain.
Dude, that's unbelievable and very real.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're back. Okay, so before we get into it,
yeah,
they're back.
Boy.
And listen, they wear the exact same thing, not just close to the same thing.
No, like special
Exactly.
patterns.
Yes.
That are identical.
Same clothes, same jewelry, same hairstyle.
Like you're dressing 3-year-old twin toddlers.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Which is why it looks fake. It looks like it's just, it's like AI. So this is a recent story, and this went viral. So if you hadn't heard the story we just played, which a lot of people haven't. By the way, how great is the Australian accent? Can we just say that's
Yeah, it's
the best?
wonderful.
Isn't that the best accent?
It's way up there. It's one of them.
I think it's great. And if I had an accent, I think I would want it to be Australian.
Okay.
You? Don't go French.
Oh, no, definitely not French. I mean, I think that whether it's Australian, New Zealand, South African, or England, I like all of those. There's some similarities here and there.
Okay, so if you hadn't heard the longer story, and this came out of the blue at you yesterday, this has been going viral because this is a recent story. you would have no idea. You'd be like, there's no way this is real. So here they are again from a news outlet in Australia after witnessing a crime.
Witnesses are recounting some of the drama that unfolded on the Sunshine Coast this afternoon. Two sisters have told how their mother and man raced to help when the carjacked SUV rolled on Steve Irwin Way, only to find the gun-wielding car thief emerging from the wreck. Here's some of what they had to say.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run, he's got a gun." and our heart started to pound, and I said, "Oh, Mum, where's Mum?" And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, "Are you all right?" Because he had all blood all over his face. And he goes, "I'll shoot you." She goes, "Hey, I'm here to help." And Mum distracted him to make him look the other way, and he looked the other way, and Mum ran into the bush behind the fence. And the guy goes to her, "I'll find you and I'll shoot you." All I was thinking about when we were running, I hope he doesn't fire. Yeah, we were so blessed.
How close to him do you think you were?
Well, see, he was up there, and we were past our driveway. You don't think of all of that at the time. No, you just run for your safety.
God, how hard would it to be? Like, how hard would it be to be around them?
Insufferable.
What a beating.
Yeah. Also, I think it's kind of bullshit.
Well, you're disgusted by them. I don't. Somebody else said they sound like they're talking so slow together that you can tell that they're doing a bit.
Yes, whoever's like starting the thought is pausing and slowing long enough for the other person to catch the thread and finish the phrase. Like,
yeah, but they're saying the exact same thing.
Only because they drag and draw long enough for the like. I'm not saying that they aren't like totally on the same page. They are, but there's a couple times where like you can hear her say like "run" or "scared for our lives," and one of them actually is saying "health" or something like that. There's a couple moments where, and it's always a second one joining in after a sentence has been started. So it's not like they're just programmed the same and saying the same thing. One of them's actively copying the other in real time, and I can't handle it.
I love how pissed you are about it.
It's upsetting to me.
You are right that one of them usually although there's a couple times where they started exactly the same time, but most of the time one of them starts, and then the other one,
like, it makes my skin crawl, kind of.
How much to date both of them?
Oh no!
I'm giving you a monthly stipend. To date, but you have to date them. They live together. They work together. And by the way, let's not bury the lead. Steve Irwin Way. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How great is that?
How many Steve Irwin Ways are there down in Australia?
The guy who got murdered by a stingray, and gave them their big break.
Yeah, doing their seabird thing or whatever.
Side note: did you have any idea what happened, or was it as confusing to you as it was to me?
No, you're too distracted by their bits.
Yeah, I can't follow their story. Come on, monthly stipend. I will give you. You have to date both of them. You have to deal with that every day. How much?
I mean, I was gonna say $10K a month, but that would get so old so fast. I think I'd want to shoot myself after a couple weeks. I just like, oh no, I don't know.
What if the fan hired him?
To do updates.
What if we gave him a show? Highest rated show in fan history? Lowest rated show in fan history?
More sports, scores, and stories. In 30 minutes.
I mean, seriously though, what if one of them got an important job and had to speak publicly? You know?
I mean, certainly there have been parts of their life, I would imagine, where they were not side by side. So they've had to probably speak to someone solo before. They just prefer to do everything together?
I guess so. Yeah, that's part of the bit too. It's like, why do you have to speak together? Why can't just one of them talk?
And then the other affirm it and say, yeah, she's right.
Or just put one of them on camera.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be both of them?
Yeah,
they both saw the same
they're doing
thing,
bits.
and they're saying the same thing. Yeah, see, that's part of the. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of with you, and I'm kind of not. I'm fascinated by. You know who they remind me of?
Someone said the Shining Twins.
Oh, that's good.
Which is good.
What do you remember the SNL skit with Fred Armisen and Kristen Wiig? And by the way, Kristen Wiig. This is going to be a hot take. Okay. Kristen Wiig is the best Saturday Night Live cast member ever.
Whoa.
That's right.
Whoa.
That's right. I said it. Kristen Wiig is genius. And I know she's already
I do think she's genius, but that is
I know. Hot take.
the elite of the elite.
Most people think she's the best woman ever. I think she's the best ever. Dude, her bits are gold. Everything she did was gold.
I don't disagree with that.
So I think
I would need a bigger depth of history of that show, but that's a take.
Their names are Garth and Kat. Do you know the Garth and Kat skit?
I think I do know the Garth
Where they
and Kat.
start singing. They're like supposedly singer-songwriters, and they bring them onto the news, and Fred and Kristen Wiig just start. They don't really have songs. Fred's just like, I was wandering around the road, and then she kind of shadow talks him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they sound like.
Yeah. It reminds me of, like, have you ever, like, played a trivia game with somebody and, like, the answer's on the tip of some people's tongues and then one person starts to answer and then you catch the thread and then you try to say it too and, like, you catch up in real time? That's what that sounds like to me. Like, it's just, it sounds manufactured. I can't handle it. And that means they've been doing that
Oh my
for
God.
decades?
Yes.
Torturing other Australians?
Well, you would think they would hate it. It's like,
yes.
Don't you want your own identity?
I guess not.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Paula and Bridget Powers, Australian identical twins who finish each other's sentences. They're real.
Oof.
And it's rough. Did I have an old man moment? That's next. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, a trio of NBA playoff games tonight. The Pacers and Bucks coming down to the wire. It's an 8-point game. The Pacers leading 121-113 with just over a minute to play. Damian Lillard made his return from those blood clots. He's got 14 points in 36 minutes, though just 4 of 12 shooting. Meanwhile, OKC all over Memphis once again. That game is midway through the fourth quarter. OKC leading 102-81. Jaren Jackson has 22 for Memphis, but not nearly enough as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, has 22 for OKC, 21 from Jalen Williams. Meanwhile, the nightcap, the Lakers hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves. Los Angeles trying to salvage a home split before that series moves to Minnesota. It's a 7 o'clock tip over on TNT. And on the ice tonight, one game already in the books. The Hurricanes beating the Devils 3-1 and taking a 2-0 series lead. The Maple Leafs trying to close out the Senators right now. That is a 2-1 game in the third period. Toronto looking for a 2-0 series lead, and it's game one between the Panthers and the Lightning. That one already a 2-1 game at the end of the first period. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's Sports Leader, 1080.
bless me. It's one of those. I don't know about you. I love to binge shows.
Yes, I do too. If I had the time.
Yeah, I don't like to wait for the new episode to come out.
God, do you remember when we used to like?
Yes.
The network shows used to have like 20 and 22 episode seasons, and you'd wait week to week for them.
Yeah, and you'd have to watch it at the time.
Yeah.
You kids have no idea how hard it was.
I remember we were one of the first families to get TiVo. I was
Yeah.
like, we want to be able to record our TV.
Yeah.
Bloop, bloop.
Do you remember when they told you that you could record TV and you were like, "What? No way!
No.
That's in our lifetime. We're going to be able to record TV."
Well, and then the whole digital cable thing came in. It's like, oh, you can set recordings now. What?
Well, anyway, I was watching Mobland, and Mobland is a show that I believe is one of the best shows going out there, but it's only 4 episodes in, and I think it's just more so than other shows. I just really want it all to be out, and then I'm going to binge it. I might even stop watching it until it's all out, and then I'm just going to binge it.
Oh, okay.
Because once an episode ends, you just really want to go to the next one. Anyway, for Mobland, which is Tom Hardy's in it. Or, yeah, is that right? Yeah, Tom Hardy.
That's right.
He's very hard to understand.
Because of an accent,
The
or
Brits.
did he just talk?
Yeah, well, okay, so I turned on subtitles, and my wife was laughing at me, and I thought it was an old man moment. Are you finding yourself turning on subtitles more? Because it's a thing.
Yeah, so my wife is an always oner. I think we talked about this. That's the phrase that they now use for people who always want the subtitles.
She wants them on all the time?
Yes, but it's more because she is like, there's not a chance I will turn the volume up loud enough to wake up the kids, so I would rather keep the volume kind of low and mostly hear it, but like if you don't catch something because it's like quiet or whatever, you see it up on the screen. So it's not my preference, but I see the value.
That's fair, but I was reading this today, and this made me feel good, because a survey found that more than half of the 1,260 Americans surveyed say they're watching shows with subtitles now because the soundtracks are too hard to understand. And then they go on in this story, this is from OPB, they go on in this story to interview some people in Hollywood, filmmakers, directors, sound technicians, and they are saying, yeah, it's a real problem with some of these shows because they're hiring some of these sound engineers on the cheap, and you're getting what you pay for, and they're not hiring the right people for the jobs. So this says, in the early days of filmmaking, actors had to project their voices and enunciate clearly so the microphones at the time could pick up their voices. But mic technology has come a long way over the decades, and yet speech clarity seems to have gotten worse. Because mics are more sensitive, they allow actors to deliver a softer, more nuanced performance, but there's a fine line between nuance and mumbling. Yes, I find so much mumbling in today's movies and TV.
Not only that, and I guess I thought maybe it was just me being picky or personal preference, but I've long thought that there have been audio issues just in TV and movies in general, is with loud parts being too loud and quiet parts being too quiet. I mean, it's part of my job to edit audio every single day, and when you have varying levels, it's a huge pain in the ass to try to get those all the same. I mean, it could be as simple as you sitting further away from your mic than Souk, or vice versa. I didn't have your gain up quite enough, or what. Like, there's different reasons, but once it's in the can recorded and you can see the difference in levels between voices talking or between scenes, like, you should be striving to make everything essentially on the same level plane.
Yes.
And we're getting way too much volatility to the point where, okay, you turn it down a little bit because you don't want the explosive action scene or yelling scene to go crazy, but then someone's having a hushed conversation, you miss it.
Yeah. That shouldn't happen. In my opinion, that shouldn't happen.
I agree.
But it does. It happens all the time.
A lot.
So they're saying the equipment itself could be a problem. It doesn't help if your big screen TV has tiny speakers on the back that project sound towards the wall instead of the viewer. So if you have mumbling actors who don't enunciate as well as they used to because they don't have to.
I will say ours got a little bit better. Our issues with it got better when we got a sound bar.
Okay.
Clearer, more projected sound.
And then you have multi-layered soundtracks. You have small speakers on big TVs. It's just not right for quality sound. And that makes me feel better because now I'm subtitle guy. And I don't mind it. My wife hates it because it distracts her from watching the people, but I need it.
It kind of distracts me. I try to look away, but it's almost like having like being in a 300 level at a big arena and like there being a huge sexy scoreboard, and you're like, well, what I really want to be doing is watching the game, but I catch myself continuing to look at the board because it's eye-catching, and I'm seeing the game more that way. Like, I end up watching the show through the subtitles more than I want to just because they're there, but, you know, that's the trade-off.
Yeah. This says, too, and this is for you engineering nerds out there, how and where you're watching matters, too. If you're at home or on your phone using a streaming service like Netflix, you're likely hearing compressed audio because streaming platforms, they will compress the sound to help prevent buffering, which can mess with the clarity. So that's another problem, too. And there are no industry-wide compression standards, so it's all different. So that's why we are operating more with subtitles these days, and I don't mind it. And I don't feel old. There's subtitle talk. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the Window.
and it will be Ryan Buckley for the next 3 hours.
That is incorrect. I think the world has had enough of me.
I don't think they have.
No, you don't think so?
I think Schulte should jump in here. You stay right there. Let's party.
Are you volunteering me that I need to do this?
I am.
I don't like being voluntold.
Your wife's not going to like that.
No. I'm not going to like that. I haven't edited any of our show yet today.
Huh.
Our listeners aren't going to like that.
They get mad when you don't edit.
That's right.
They want it now.
I will remind our listeners, on demand on the Odyssey app.
Here it comes.
And streaming on YouTube, you can go back to the beginning of the feed. So if you are craving your hour one of Primetime right now and it's not on the podcast yet, there are 2 other places you can get it.
So they're waiting for podcasts?
Yes. People get upset when the podcast doesn't get posted in a prompt manner.
Meanwhile, they can just go right over there and get it?
They could just go right to the YouTube and go to the start of the show if they wanted to. Or where we have our chapters on the Odyssey app, you could literally start at the beginning of any segment you wanted. Now, some people don't love the Odyssey app, and that's not for me to say, but
it is for me to say.
There's an option.
That thing sucks. Hey, I heard something fun at the party the other night. Oh, never mind.
Oh, boy.
Well, there's a corporate guy there. You know, and you know how much I love corporate.
There's a corporate guy at our party?
Yeah. There's a local guy who's corporate.
Oh, okay.
He listens.
Local guy who's corporate.
He told me some fun stuff about the app, but I'm not going to.
Nice.
I'll get in trouble.
Okay.
Even I can filter myself when it comes to that. Not very well, but I will in this instance. Yeah. Right. So anyway, no hot corner tonight. I don't know why. Patrick's out. So you're just going to have to stay tuned to find out what's next.
Yeah, deal with it.
It's going to be a surprise for you guys. At any rate, we are back tomorrow. You know, Dan Lanning will be a part of our show tomorrow.
That's right.
3:15 he's coming on. I'm expecting him to be in a very good mood.
I would think so. And I will also say this, while we often reach out to them about stuff, they were first to reach out to me saying he wanted to be on, so they're excited to talk about their spring game.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We'll give him that platform.
I mean,
he's Dan Lanning. What are we going to do? Say no?
Did Mario Cristobal ever hit us up and say, hey, I'd like to come on the show?
Oh, God, no.
No.
That's fair. Dan's fired up. He's got a new truck.
That's right. Bronco.
He's a man. He's all teed up, ready for spring.
You think he's talking with his helmet?
Spring football. I do think he's going to talk with his helmet. Now that I know that they called us, I'm even more excited.
Yeah.
Because you know he's got to bring it. He was just
hype up
on
that spring game.
Yeah.
Get all the fans out there.
He was on Bussin'. They had the Bussin' boys down there.
That's right.
All right. Well, Lanning will be on tomorrow at 3:15. 3:15, and he calls promptly. So be here with us.
We'll be breaking at 3:10.
Right. We'll be here 3 to 7 on the Fan tomorrow.